Hey there, folks. I never thought I'd be sharing my story online, but I really need to get this off my chest. Call me Sarah. I'm just an average young woman who recently moved into a new apartment. Things started off normal, but then they took a nightmarish turn. So, I moved into this clean and cozy apartment, and I was excited to make it my own. I decorated my room in a minimalist style. You know, those soothing pastel colors, some potted plants, and just a few framed photos. It looked perfect, but little did I know that my cozy room would turn into a house of horrors. From day one, I felt like someone was watching me. I'd be alone in my apartment, and yet, I couldn't shake this eerie feeling. At first, I brushed it off as my overactive imagination playing tricks on me. I even tried meditating to calm my nerves, but the unease persisted. Nights were the worst. Every time I woke up, I felt uncomfortable. It's like someone's eyes were boring into me. I couldn't see anything, but the sense of being watched never left me. This went on for weeks, and it began taking a toll on my health. I'd feel tired every day, no matter how much I slept. Desperate for answers, I decided to install some CCTV cameras in my room. I wanted to catch whatever it was that had been tormenting me. I watched the footage, and what I saw sent shivers down my spine. There was a man who had been secretly living in my room the entire time. When I slept, he would sneak in and bring sleeping pills to make me sniff them. It explained my constant fatigue. But what was even more terrifying was what he did to me when I was unconscious. I couldn't believe my eyes as I watched the footage. He'd touch me, violate me, and do unspeakable things. I was paralyzed with fear as I watched those horrifying videos. My room, the one place that was supposed to be my safe haven, had become a prison of nightmares. I knew I had to escape this living nightmare. One night, I mustered the courage to run out of my room, leaving my apartment behind. I immediately called the police to report the intruder. They arrived in a hurry, and with their help, we searched my room. What they found still haunts me. The man was hiding in my closet, waiting for me to come back. The police arrested him, and as they were taking him away, he turned to me and said something that sent shivers down my spine. He'd been secretly in my closet, proposing to me. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was like something out of a horror movie. I was in shock, and I couldn't comprehend how someone could invade my life so brutally and still have such twisted feelings for me. Now, I'm in therapy, trying to heal from this traumatic experience. I can't look at my room the same way anymore. It's a chilling reminder of the horrors that unfolded within its walls. So, please, be careful out there. Trust your instincts. And if you ever feel like you're being watched, take action. Don't be like me, who had to go through such a terrifying ordeal to realize the danger lurking in the shadows. My story began with a key turning in the lock of apartment 4B, a space that would soon become my sanctuary. It was a modest one-bedroom abode, and I was determined to turn it into a place that exuded the serenity and minimalism I craved. I started with a blank canvas, filling the space with carefully chosen furniture and decor, creating a sanctuary of simplicity and style. It wasn't long before I crossed paths with the owner of the apartment building, a man named Mr. Charming. His nickname was well-deserved. He was both handsome and personable, the kind of person who could put you at ease with a simple smile. As we exchanged pleasantries during my initial move-in, I couldn't help but feel a flutter of attraction deep within me. Our interactions grew more frequent, and a connection blossomed between us. In time, that connection evolved into a secret affair, a thrilling and forbidden liaison that unfolded behind closed doors. As our relationship deepened, so did my infatuation, clouding my judgment and leading me down a treacherous path. 2 months into my stay, a single incident would shatter the illusion of my idyllic life. It was an evening like any other when I reached over to adjust a lamp, only to fumble and accidentally drop it. The lamp crashed to the floor, and as I bent down to retrieve it, my eyes widened in shock. Hidden behind the toppled lamp was a tiny lens, part of a hidden camera. My heart raced as I stared at the ominous device, its lens piercing the silence of my otherwise peaceful room. A sudden realization hit me like a bolt of lightning. I was not alone in my own private sanctuary. Someone had been watching my every move. The initial shock gave way to a deep sense of dread, and I began a frantic search of my apartment. My worst fears were confirmed as I discovered more hidden cameras in every corner of my life, each one capturing my most intimate moments. They lurked in my bedroom, my bathroom, my dressing room, and even my bed, turning my own home into a nightmarish surveillance chamber. A chill ran down my spine as I realized that my privacy had been violated, and my life had been laid bare for the eyes of a voyeur. I knew I had to act quickly to put an end to this nightmare that had infiltrated my life. Without hesitation, I picked up my phone and dialed the emergency number. The police arrived promptly, and an investigation was swiftly launched. As the truth began to unravel, the horror of my situation deepened. The mastermind behind this invasion of my privacy was none other than the apartment owner himself, the charming and seemingly kind Mr. Charming. An examination of his computer revealed a sinister cache of thousands of secretly recorded clips, each one a stolen moment from my life. It was a grotesque betrayal that I could scarcely comprehend, as the person I had been entangled with had not only invaded my privacy, but also sold my most personal moments on the darkest corners of the internet. As time passed, the ordeal took on a new and terrifying dimension. Despite the arrest and imprisonment of the man who had violated my life, my clips continued to circulate on the internet, a never-ending nightmare that haunted my every moment. My most intimate memories had been forever etched into the digital realm, a chilling reminder of the horrors that the digital age could unleash. My story is a cautionary tale, a stark reminder that even the most charming and kind individuals can conceal the darkest secrets. In an era where privacy is a fragile commodity, my experience serves as a stark warning to all. Be vigilant, guard your privacy, and trust carefully. The digital age has ushered in a new era of dangers, where the shadows hold eyes that should never have access to your most personal moments. My story is a plea to protect your privacy at all costs, lest you, too, become a victim of the sinister forces that lurk in the digital shadows. I just moved into this new room in the city, you know? It's a tiny place, but that's all I could afford. And let me tell you, the neighborhood ain't exactly the safest spot. I came here from the provinces to try and make a living in the capital. It's been tough, real tough, but I was hanging in there. So every evening, There's this group of guys who gather round in the rooms nearby, drinking their problems away. I've seen them a few times when I was coming back to my place. They didn't look like the kind of guys you'd want to mess with. I just kept my head down and tried to avoid them. I'd been living in that apartment for a few months now. Over time, you start recognizing faces. Those guys weren't exactly friendly, but they weren't causing trouble for anyone else, so I didn't think much of it. Until one evening, when things took a turn for the worse. I was heading back to my room, and I had to pass by that group of men. One of them, he called out to me, inviting me to join him for a drink. I politely declined, told him I had to get going. But they weren't taking no for an answer. They started walking behind me, just to find out where I was headed. Thankfully, just as I was starting to panic, another man appeared out of nowhere. He offered to walk me to my room, said he'd make sure I got back safely. I was relieved and grateful, so I accepted his offer. But when we got to my room, something terrible happened. The guy I thought was helping me, he suddenly pulled out a knife and stabbed me right in the stomach. I was in shock, pain searing through my body. I couldn't move or fight back. He dragged me into the room, and my worst nightmare began. He raped me, and then things took an even darker turn. He called out to the other drunk men from that group, and they all started piling into my tiny room like a bunch of animals. It turned out that the man who'd stabbed me was the same one who'd invited me for a drink. I was crying out for help, screaming at the top of my lungs, but there was no sign of anyone coming to my rescue. It was like the walls of the room were closing in on me, and I felt utterly helpless. The pain, the fear, the sheer hopelessness, it was unbearable. I knew I had to get out of there. I was hurting so bad, and I couldn't take it any longer. After they were done with me, I managed to crawl to a corner of the room. It was then that I decided I couldn't let them have the satisfaction of breaking me completely. With the last bit of strength I had left, I ended it all, right there in that tiny room. I'll spare you the details of how, but I hope you can understand the despair I felt in those moments. My life was never the same after that night, and it's a dark memory that haunts me to this day. I share this story not for sympathy, but to let others know that danger can be lurking in the most unexpected places. Be careful out there, and never let your guard down, no matter how familiar or safe things may seem. It's a cruel world, and we all have to watch out for ourselves. Hey everyone. So, I've got this story that happened back when I was in high school. And trust me, it was like a real-life horror movie. Now, keep in mind, I'm not much of a writer, so I'm just gonna tell it like it went down. I was in my senior year, and it was a regular Tuesday morning. I remember the sun was shining, and everything seemed normal. But you know how life can change in an instant, right? So, there I was, sitting in the classroom, pretending to pay attention to the teacher, when suddenly, I heard a loud bang. I looked out the window, and what I saw still gives me chills. A man dressed all in black with a gun in his hand was storming through the school entrance. People screamed, and desks were overturned as everyone rushed to the door. It was pure chaos. I remember my heart pounding like crazy, and I couldn't breathe. The fear was so real, it's hard to put into words. The guy with the gun, he was yelling, something about not wanting to be forgotten or something, but I couldn't make out all the words. All I knew was that he was dangerous, and I needed to get out of there. The hallways were like a nightmare. Students were crying, and you could hear more screams echoing through the building. I pushed my way through the crowd, my heart racing faster with each step. It felt like forever until I made it to the exit. Once outside, I realized I had left my backpack, but I didn't dare to go back in for it. The scene outside was just as terrifying. Police cars, sirens blaring, had surrounded the school, and officers were trying to keep everyone away. I could still hear shouts from inside the building. It felt like an eternity, but it was probably only minutes. The police eventually went in, and we watched, hearts in our throats, as they brought the guy out in handcuffs. He had been stopped, but the fear and chaos were still very real for us. Then, the most horrifying part came. As they led him away, he did something I'll never forget. He pulled out another gun, and without a word, took his own life. It was a moment of shock and disbelief. I can't describe how it felt to witness something so tragic and disturbing. The aftermath was like a fog. They rushed us into lockdown, and it felt like an eternity before they cleared the school. We were all safe, but that day left a mark on everyone who lived through it. I can't even begin to explain how surreal it was to see the regular hallways of my high school turned into a scene from a nightmare. It's something that still haunts my dreams. So, that's my story, and I hope it gives you the chills like it did to me. Life can change in an instant, and sometimes reality is scarier than any horror movie. It happened a few months back, and I still can't shake the fear. I was at the mall, just like any other evening. The place was buzzing with people, families, and kids enjoying their time. I had this eerie feeling from the moment I stepped into the mall that evening. It was almost deserted, which was unusual. I brushed it off, thinking it was just a slow night, and I needed to grab a few things before the stores closed. Little did I know, it would be a night I'd never forget. I was browsing through the shelves in a dimly lit corner of the mall, searching for a birthday gift for my niece, when I heard a commotion. A woman's scream pierced through the air, and my heart jumped into my throat. People around me started to panic, and that's when I saw him. A man, tall and disheveled, was marching through the mall with a gun in his hand. His eyes were wild, and he was screaming something unintelligible. Panic spread like wildfire. People were running in all directions, knocking over displays, and crying out for help. I didn't have time to think. I darted for the nearest hiding spot I could find, a bathroom tucked away in a corner. As I cowered inside, I could hear the screams, the sound of shattering glass, and the distant wail of sirens. The man with the gun had hurt other people in the mall. It was chaos. I peeked out through the cracked bathroom door, watching as terrified shoppers fled for their lives, and the police swarmed the area. The flashing red and blue lights painted an eerie picture of chaos and fear. My heart was pounding so loud, I thought it might give me away. Hours passed, and the standoff continued. The police tried to negotiate with the man, but he seemed beyond reason. I could hear snippets of their conversation, and it sent shivers down my spine. The situation was tense, and the atmosphere in the mall was thick with fear and uncertainty. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a gunshot echoed through the mall. The police had taken down the man. I watched as they apprehended him, his reign of terror coming to an end. It was a mix of relief and horror, knowing that this nightmare had unfolded before my eyes. The aftermath was chaotic too, as the paramedics rushed in to tend to the wounded, and the police took control of the situation. It was a night I'll never forget, and even as I write this, the memory still haunts me. The mall, once a place of leisure and joy, had turned into a nightmarish battleground. I hope I never have to experience anything like that again, and I hope no one else does either. It's a stark reminder of how quickly our sense of security can be shattered, even in the most unexpected places. Sorry for the long post, and I hope my storytelling is all right. Stay safe out there, everyone. Hey everyone, I gotta tell you about the scariest day of my life. This happened back in high school, and I still can't get those horrifying memories out of my head. It was just a regular Friday afternoon, and me, my friends, and other students were hanging out in the school courtyard. The sun was shining, and everyone was excited about the weekend. Little did we know what was about to unfold. I remember looking up at the clear blue sky, and suddenly I heard a loud bang. It sounded like a firecracker at first, but then there were more of those deafening pops. People started screaming, and that's when I saw him. A man, dressed in all black, with a mask on his face, was running towards the school entrance. In his hand, he was holding a gun. My heart sank. Chaos erupted. Kids were tripping over each other, and we all tried to rush inside the building. Some of my friends and I hid behind a pillar, peeking out to see what was happening. That maniac with the gun started shooting at anyone in his path. I saw a teacher fall to the ground, and her screams still haunt me. We were trapped, terrified, and didn't know what to do. The man was getting closer, and the hallway leading to the exit was a war zone. I could hear the cries of my classmates, the gunshots, and the sirens in the distance. It was a nightmare. Suddenly, the police arrived, and it felt like a glimmer of hope. They yelled at the man to drop his weapon, but he didn't listen. Instead, he fired a shot at one of the officers. They didn't hesitate. They returned fire, and I'll never forget the sound of those gunshots echoing through the hallways. It all happened so fast, and the man fell to the ground. The school was silent again, except for the cries of the wounded. We were all in shock. I couldn't believe what I had just witnessed. The police secured the area, and we were finally allowed to leave the building. As we stepped outside, the extent of the horror hit me. Bloodstains on the floor, shattered glass, and terrified faces. It was a scene from a nightmare. It turned out that the man had some kind of grudge against the school and wanted to hurt as many people as possible. He injured several students and teachers before the police intervened. It was a day none of us would ever forget. I still have nightmares about that day. It's a chilling reminder that evil can strike when you least expect it. I'm grateful to the brave police officers who saved us, but the memory of that terrifying day will never leave me. It was a regular Saturday afternoon, and I found myself at the local mall. The place was bustling with shoppers, and I was in the mood for some retail therapy. The fluorescent lights above me cast an eerie glow on the linoleum floors, giving the mall an otherworldly ambience. Little did I know that this mundane trip to the mall would turn into one of the most unsettling experiences of my life. After browsing through a few stores, I felt the need to visit the restroom. Following the signs, I entered a dimly lit corridor leading to the women's bathroom. The restroom was empty, and I walked in, not thinking much of it. As I walked past the sinks and toward the stalls, I noticed something peculiar. There was a small hole in the wall right next to one of the stalls. It was about the size of a quarter, and it sent a shiver down my spine. My initial thought was that it must be some maintenance-related hole, but the location and size seemed strange. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about it. Curiosity got the better of me, and I approached the hole cautiously. I leaned in, trying to peer through it. My heart began to race as I realized that I could see into the adjacent men's bathroom through the hole. Panic and discomfort washed over me, and I quickly turned away, realizing the gravity of the situation. Just as I was about to leave the restroom, a wave of dread swept over me. I heard the sound of heavy breathing coming from the men's side. It was a sinister, unsettling sound that made every hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I felt trapped, torn between wanting to flee and needing to know what was happening. My mind was racing with terrifying thoughts. I could see a man's hand approaching the hole, fingers trembling as they touched the wall. Suddenly, an unsettling and obscene figure appeared on the other side. It was a pervert who had inserted something unspeakable into the hole. The shock and revulsion I felt were beyond words. Tears welled up in my eyes as I realized the true horror of the situation. The man on the other side was exposing himself, taking advantage of this strange hole to invade the privacy of women in the restroom. It was an unspeakable violation, and I was filled with a mixture of fear, anger, and disgust. I quickly backed away from the hole and rushed out of the restroom, my heart pounding in my chest. I needed to find security and report this horrifying incident. As I exited the restroom, I was relieved to see a mall security guard patrolling the corridor. My words came out in a trembling rush as I explained the horrifying scene I had witnessed. The security guard acted promptly, rushing into the men's restroom to apprehend the perpetrator. The police were called, and they arrested the man responsible for his disturbing actions. I was interviewed by the authorities and later assured that they would handle the situation appropriately. That day at the mall, I had encountered a nightmare I couldn't have imagined. It was a horrifying reminder that even in the most ordinary places, we can stumble upon the darkest and most unsettling experiences. The fear and shock of that day have left an indelible mark on me, a reminder of the darkness that can lurk in the most unexpected of places. I've never been one for shopping, but my friend had convinced me to join her for a trip to the mall. It was a typical Saturday afternoon, and the mall was buzzing with people looking for the best deals and the latest fashion trends. I tagged along, hoping to make the best of it. As we meandered through the mall, my friend decided to check out a few clothing stores. I, on the other hand, felt the pressing need to visit the restroom. I made my way to the women's bathroom, which, to my surprise, was deserted. The dimly lit corridor leading to the restroom created an eerie atmosphere but I brushed it off and entered one of the empty stalls. I was in the middle of attending to a personal errand when I noticed something odd out of the corner of my eye. It was a small hole in the wall, right next to the toilet paper dispenser. It wasn't large, about the size of a quarter, but it struck me as peculiar. I leaned in for a closer look, wondering why such a hole would be here. My curiosity quickly turned to unease as I noticed a faint glint of light on the other side. As I peered through the hole, I was startled to see an eye looking back at me. It was chillingly wide open, and the person on the other side was clearly watching me. I gasped in shock and stumbled back from the stall, pulling up my pants in a hurry. My heart raced as I considered the unsettling implications of this bizarre situation. I didn't know who was on the other side of that hole, but I felt a deep sense of invasion and violation. Panic welled up inside me as I imagined the person's intentions. I had to get out of there, and fast. With trembling hands, I managed to compose myself enough to let out a loud scream. It was a reflex, a desperate cry for help. I knew that I needed to draw attention to my predicament. My scream echoed through the restroom, and I heard hurried footsteps approaching. The door to the restroom swung open, and a concerned woman rushed in. I quickly pointed to the hole in the wall, struggling to find the right words to explain what I had just witnessed. The woman's eyes widened in alarm as she saw the hole, and she didn't waste a second. She called out to the mall security on her phone and assured me that help was on the way. I waited anxiously, my fear and discomfort growing with each passing second. The thought of that eye on the other side haunted my thoughts. I had never felt so vulnerable and violated in my life. It didn't take long for the mall security to arrive. They examined the hole in the wall and immediately began searching for any potential culprits. The incident was reported to the police, and an investigation was launched to identify the person responsible for this unsettling violation of privacy. The whole experience left me shaken, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was a stark reminder that danger can lurk in even the most ordinary of places, like a mall restroom. I hope that the authorities will find the person behind that sinister eye in the wall and bring them to justice. But the fear of encountering such a disturbing situation still lingers in the back of my mind. The incident has forever changed the way I view seemingly harmless places, reminding me that the world can be a much darker and more unsettling place than we'd like to believe. It was an unusually quiet evening in the park. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the empty playground. I had a personal errand to run, and the nearest public restroom was at the other end of the park. Unfortunately, it was the only option, so I started making my way towards it. As I approached the restroom building, I noticed that the women's restroom was closed for maintenance. Frustrated, I glanced around to ensure no one was watching. And then, I cautiously entered the men's restroom. It was eerily empty, and the dim lighting did little to ease my discomfort. I walked toward an empty stall, but something caught my eye as I passed by the last urinal. There, in the dingy tile wall, was a strange hole. My curiosity got the best of me, and I couldn't help but peer into it. It was an unsettling sight, to say the least. Just as I was about to continue on to the stall, I heard a rustling sound from behind the wall. I froze, my heart racing. It wasn't long before I saw a grotesque sight. A pervert had pushed his way through the hole and was exposing himself on the other side. I was paralyzed by shock and fear, and my first instinct was to scream. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. In a fit of adrenaline-fueled panic, I acted without thinking. I reached out and slammed my hand into the genitals on the other side of the wall, the man's scream echoing in response. As I withdrew my hand, the man on the other side was now in a state of panic. He began pounding on the bathroom wall, desperately trying to free himself from the bathroom stall. My own screams continued to pierce the air as I backed away, my mind reeling from the surreal and horrifying encounter. I quickly fled the restroom and reported the incident to the authorities, who arrived on the scene promptly. The man was apprehended, and I was left with a chilling memory of that fateful day in the park. The experience left me shaken to my core, a stark reminder that darkness can lurk in the most unexpected places, even in the most peaceful settings. I've always been a night owl, and when I took up the night shift at the gas station, I thought it would be a quiet job to help me make ends meet. But one chilling night, I experienced something that still haunts my dreams. It was the graveyard shift, and the dimly lit gas station stood alone in the quiet darkness. I was behind the counter, trying to stay awake with a cup of lukewarm coffee. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting eerie shadows in every corner. That's when I saw him, a well-dressed man in a sleek suit. He stepped out of his luxury car and approached the counter with an unsettling grin. I couldn't help but feel a shiver run down my spine. He didn't ask for gas or snacks. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a stack of cash. It was a substantial amount, enough to pay off a small debt, he claimed. I wondered why he had chosen this lonely hour to do so. As he laid the money on the counter, I noticed something wasn't right. He seemed overly eager, his eyes fixated on me with a predatory intensity. It was a gaze that sent shivers down my spine. Then, the unthinkable happened. He unzipped his trousers, and with an audacious confidence, he exposed himself. I couldn't believe my eyes. He began to engage in obscene behavior right there in the store. Fear gripped me as I tried to make sense of this disturbing scene. I couldn't move or even speak. I was paralyzed with shock. He continued his grotesque act while grinning at me, as if he were relishing my discomfort. Finally, as if sated by his shocking display, he abruptly stopped, zipped up his pants, and picked up the money. With one last, unsettling smile, he turned and left, leaving me trembling behind the counter. It took a moment for me to find my voice, and when I did, I let out a piercing scream that echoed through the night. My trembling fingers dialed 911, and I told the police everything. They assured me they'd come to the gas station right away. The minutes that followed felt like hours as I waited for the police to arrive. I felt vulnerable, violated, and alone in that eerie, silent place. When the officers arrived, they took my statement and assured me that they would investigate the matter thoroughly. They left me with a sense of security, but my mind was scarred by that night's horrifying encounter. To this day, I can't forget the man in the suit, his disturbing grin, and the unimaginable fear that overcame me during that haunting night at the gas station. I used to work the night shift at a remote gas station, far away from the comforting glow of city lights. Most nights were uneventful, with the occasional customer passing through for gas and snacks. But one fateful night, something occurred that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. The dimly lit store was quiet. The only sounds the occasional hum of a refrigerator and the rhythmic ticking of the ancient wall clock. I sat behind the counter, my eyes locked on the clock as I counted down the minutes until my shift was over. That's when he walked in, a stranger, tall and undeniably good-looking. But there was something unsettling about him. His eyes gleamed with a predatory glint, and an eerie aura of unpredictability surrounded him. As he made his way toward the counter, I couldn't help but feel a shiver run down my spine. The stranger wasn't here to buy gas or snacks. Instead, he fixated on me with a predatory intensity that sent a wave of discomfort through me. His eyes bore into my skin like fiery daggers, and it didn't take long for his actions to cross a line. In a horrifying violation of personal space and consent, he attempted to touch my body without warning. Fear and anger surged within me, and I fought back with every ounce of strength and courage I could muster. But the man's strength was overwhelming, and my efforts to repel him seemed feeble in comparison. Panic gnawed at the edges of my mind as I realized I was alone in this nightmare, trapped in a gas station that had once been a sanctuary during the long, quiet nights. I screamed for help, my voice echoing through the empty aisles, my desperate cries punctuating the eerie silence. I clung to the hope that someone passing by might hear my plea and intervene, but fate had other plans. In that chilling moment, there was no one to answer my cries for help. As I grappled with this unhinged stranger, the minutes stretched into what felt like hours. The gas station, once a beacon of familiarity, had transformed into a nightmarish battleground. I struggled to find an escape route, my mind racing in search of a solution. My fingers frantically searched for the panic button under the counter, hoping that an alarm would at least scare the man away. But my trembling hands fumbled with the buttons, and I couldn't seem to hit it in my frantic state. Panic gnawed at my throat as I realized I was trapped in this terrifying ordeal. The eerie hum of the refrigerators serving as a haunting backdrop. The man's assault was relentless, his psychotic intentions clear and terrifying. He didn't utter a word, but his eyes spoke volumes. A twisted desire for power and control that left me feeling helpless. It was as if he reveled in my fear, drawing satisfaction from my desperation. I mustered every ounce of strength I had left, determined to fight back with everything I had. My survival instincts kicked in, and I realized that if I was going to escape this nightmare, I needed to act fast. With a sudden burst of energy, I managed to break free from his grasp, my heart pounding in my chest as I staggered away from the counter. But the stranger wasn't done. He advanced toward me once more, his predatory gaze fixed on me with a disturbing intensity. The shelves of the gas station's convenience store seemed to close in around me, casting eerie shadows that danced with the flickering overhead lights. I scanned the room for anything that could serve as a weapon, my eyes falling on a metal broom leaned against the wall. With trembling hands, I snatched it up and held it in front of me, ready to defend myself. The situation had escalated into a life or death struggle, and there was no turning back. The gas station, once my place of work, was now a battleground where my very survival was at stake. The seconds dragged on, each heartbeat echoing in my ears like a war drum. In a final desperate act, I swung the broom toward the menacing stranger. He dodged it with surprising agility, but the sudden movement bought me enough time to make a dash for the door. With every ounce of strength I had left, I pushed through the exit and found myself outside, the cool night air washing over me like a soothing balm. I stumbled to a nearby tree and leaned against it, gasping for breath. My heart raced, and my mind was a whirlwind of fear and confusion. I watched the gas station's entrance, half expecting the stranger to burst through the door and continue his relentless pursuit. But to my relief, he never emerged. It was as if the dark, desolate gas station had swallowed him whole, and the night had swallowed his sinister presence. As I stood there, trembling and gasping, the first faint light of dawn began to break on the horizon. The world slowly awakened around me, and I realized that I had survived a nightmarish ordeal. I would never forget the horror of that night, the sinister stranger who had invaded my sanctuary, and the battle for survival that had played out in the quiet gas station. It was a story that needed to be shared, a warning to others about the darkness that could lurk in even the most ordinary places. The scars, both seen and unseen, would remain with me for the rest of my days. The gas station, once a symbol of solitude during the long nights, was forever transformed into a place of haunting memories and unspeakable fear. This was a story I felt compelled to share with the world, a chilling encounter that would serve as a reminder of the darkness that could exist just beyond the comforting glow of city lights. I used to work the night shift alone at a quiet, deserted gas station on the outskirts of town. Most nights, it was a mundane and peaceful job. But one night, something happened that still sends shivers down my spine. It was around 2 a.m., and I was standing behind the counter, gazing out into the empty parking lot. The only source of light was the pale glow of the gas station's fluorescent lights, casting eerie shadows all around. The solitude was deafening, only broken by the distant hum of an approaching car. As the car pulled into the station, I breathed a sigh of relief, expecting a regular customer looking for some late-night snacks or a fill-up. However, my unease returned when I noticed the vehicle was an old, beat-up van, covered in dirt and rust. The driver's side window was rolled down, and I could see a silhouette in the darkness inside. A tall, hulking figure emerged from the van, shrouded in a tattered black coat and a wide-brimmed hat. My heart began to race as the stranger slowly approached the entrance. He didn't say a word, and his eyes were hidden beneath the hat's shadow. Trying to maintain some semblance of composure, I greeted him with a shaky voice, asking if he needed anything. He remained silent, fixating his dark, impenetrable gaze on me. It felt as if I was being watched by a predator. I nervously rang up a pack of cigarettes he placed on the counter, praying he would complete the purchase and leave. But the stranger had other plans. He leaned in closer, and the stench of something foul and rotten clung to him. My heart pounded as he reached into his pocket and produced a grimy, blood-stained envelope. He shoved it towards me, and I could see it was filled with Polaroid photographs. The images were grotesque and horrifying, depicting gruesome scenes of violence and suffering. With a growing sense of dread, I realized these were not just random pictures, but seemed to be documenting his own twisted actions. The realization hit me like a sledgehammer. I was standing face to face with a psychopath, and he wanted to share his horrifying story with me. As the minutes passed, the stranger's unsettling silence seemed to stretch into an eternity. I knew I had to do something to survive this night. Desperation took over, and I made a rash decision. I grabbed a cup of hot coffee from the warmer, splashing it onto the Polaroid pictures, causing them to distort and melt. The stranger's calm demeanor evaporated as he watched the images disintegrate. Enraged, he lunged across the counter towards me, and I fought with all my strength, knocking over displays and shelves in the process. The chaos continued for what felt like an eternity, until the distant sound of sirens grew louder. The approaching police lights shone through the gas station's windows, and the stranger fled into the night. The officers arrived and took my statement, assuring me they would do everything they could to track down the menacing stranger. I never found out who that man was, or what drove him to come to that desolate gas station that night, but I knew I had encountered true evil. To this day, I still can't shake the feeling that he might return, and the night shift at the gas station remains a terrifying memory etched into my mind. I thought I'd share this crazy story that happened to me a while back. It's not your typical horror tale, no ghosts or anything like that. It's more like a real-life nightmare that can happen to anyone, especially when you least expect it. Picture this. It was a regular weekday morning. I had to take the train to get to my college. The train was packed, as usual, with commuters heading to work or school. I was one of them, just a young woman trying to get an education. I boarded the train, and being early, I had to squeeze into a spot between two people. Now, you might think, what's so scary about that? Well, that's when things took a turn for the worse. As I stood there, feeling the train jostle and shake with every movement, I noticed a guy pressed up against me. He was a complete stranger, and I didn't know him from Adam. At first, I figured it was just the usual overcrowding on the train. But this was different. He started to get really close. It was like he was using the packed train as an excuse to invade my personal space. I could feel his breath on the back of my neck, and it sent a shiver down my spine. I didn't dare make a sound or say anything. I mean, who wants to make a scene, right? The thing is, it wasn't just an accidental bump or anything. This guy was intentionally getting too close for comfort. I felt trapped, like a cornered animal, but I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of knowing he was scaring me. I kept telling myself it was all in my head, that maybe I was just being paranoid. But it became more and more obvious that this guy was up to no good. He started touching my back, like he was testing the waters. I couldn't believe it. I was frozen in fear, unable to react. As the train continued its journey, I tried to get a glimpse of this creep. He was wearing a hoodie, and his face was partially concealed. I couldn't see his eyes, which made it even more unsettling. He was lurking in the shadows, like a predator stalking his prey. I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. The train was still too crowded for me to move or escape. I had no choice but to endure this nightmare. Then, he did something that sent chills down my spine. He whispered in my ear, "You're all alone, aren't you?" My heart raced, and I was sure he could hear it. What did he mean by that? Was he following me? Did he know where I was going? The minutes felt like hours as I stood there, helpless and terrified. I desperately wanted to escape from this situation, but I was trapped. I wished I had the courage to scream for help, but I was paralyzed by fear. Finally, the train arrived at my stop, and I made a run for it. I never looked back, and I didn't care if he followed me. All I wanted was to escape that nightmare. It was just another typical morning for me. I was heading to work, dressed in my waitress uniform, which included the plaid skirt I always wore. My daily routine involved taking the subway to reach the diner where I served tables. Little did I know that this particular journey would turn into a chilling encounter that would haunt me for weeks to come. The subway platform was crowded as usual, with the early morning commuters, all wrapped up in their own world. I found a spot near the doors, pressed against the flow of passengers. It was a typical morning scene, people holding on to their coffee cups and lost in their phones, each in their own bubble. As the train arrived, I stepped on, jostling for space among the other passengers. The tightly packed train left no room to move. I felt uncomfortably close to the strangers around me, but that was nothing new for subway riders. As the train rumbled down the tracks, I noticed a man standing nearby. He appeared like just another commuter, unassuming in his appearance. However, something about him seemed off. He was wearing worn sneakers, and I couldn't help but notice that he kept his head down, seemingly preoccupied with his shoes. My unease grew as I realized that his shoe was right by my feet, seemingly too close for comfort. I glanced down and noticed a small, inconspicuous hole in the front of his shoe. My heart began to race as I put two and two together. It didn't take long for me to realize that he had a camera hidden in his shoe, positioned to record under my skirt. My mind raced, and I couldn't believe what was happening. Panic and anger welled up inside me, but I tried to keep my composure. As I looked around, I noticed that no one else seemed to notice what was happening, or chose to ignore it. It felt as if I were trapped in a nightmare, surrounded by a sea of oblivious faces. My heart sank further as the man's audacity grew. He slid his hand up my leg, reaching higher and higher, even as the subway car grew more crowded. My eyes welled with tears, but I couldn't speak, couldn't cry out for help. I was paralyzed, surrounded by the eerie silence of the other passengers. The man finally withdrew his hand, as calmly as he had begun this horrifying intrusion. He acted like nothing had happened, staring blankly at the floor. My body trembled, and I felt violated. But the people around us continued to ignore the unsettling events that had unfolded. As the subway pulled into my stop, I could hardly believe that I had to face the world outside, carrying this unsettling experience with me. The man got off at the same stop, and I watched as he disappeared into the crowd, just another face in the busy city. I walked to work with a heavy heart, haunted by the indifference of the passengers who had been mere bystanders to my ordeal. It was a chilling reminder of the anonymity that a crowded subway can provide, where true horrors can unfold right in front of you, unnoticed and unchallenged. Hey there, folks. I'm not really the kind of person who shares stuff online, but something happened to me the other night, and I just had to tell someone. I was taking the subway to the museum when I had this really scary experience. So, there I was, minding my own business, just like any other evening. The train was relatively empty, and I had managed to snag a seat near the end of the car. Everything seemed pretty normal until I noticed this homeless guy at the other end. He was lying there, fast asleep. And honestly, I didn't think much of it. It's not uncommon to see people who are down on their luck riding the subway. But then, out of nowhere, this guy jumps up like a bat out of hell, and he's shouting like a maniac. I mean, it was really terrifying. The passengers who were initially sitting near him, they all scattered, and I couldn't blame them. His language was so foul, I won't even repeat it here. He was cussing everyone out, including the air. As if that wasn't bad enough, he suddenly starts doing something unimaginable. I can hardly believe it myself. He squats down right there on the filthy subway floor, and before you know it, he's defecating right there. I was absolutely disgusted, and I could see the other passengers were equally horrified. I mean, who does that? But it didn't stop there. He finishes his business, and then, I kid you not, he picks up a knife. It wasn't a small one either, but a big, menacing blade. At this point, I was scared out of my mind. I knew something was seriously wrong with this guy, and I didn't want to find out the hard way. He starts waving the knife around, and it's chaos in the car. People are screaming, trying to get away from him. The subway doors hadn't closed yet, and some brave soul managed to open them just in the nick of time. A few people managed to escape, but not all of us were so lucky. As the train pulled away, I could hear the screams and commotion behind me. It's the most chilling thing I've ever heard. I don't even want to think about what might have happened to those who couldn't get out in time. I was just so relieved that I was on the side that made it out of there. The police were called, and they managed to catch the man a little later. I'm not sure what they did with him, but I hope he gets the help he needs. I've never been so scared in my entire life. I mean, this was a normal evening commute on the subway, and it turned into something straight out of a horror movie. I'm sharing this with you all to remind you that sometimes the scariest things can happen when you least expect them. Please, stay safe out there, and keep an eye out for your fellow passengers. You never know when you might encounter someone like the madman I met that night. I'm just grateful to have made it out in one piece. And there you have it, folks. My horrifying subway story. I hope you never have to go through anything like it. Take care out there. I'm a young woman, and I've been into streaming for a while. Got myself tens of thousands of followers, and it's always cool to meet fans at gaming events or out and about. But what's been happening to me lately? Well, it's something I can't just ignore. So here's the deal. Gifts have been showing up in front of my house. I never told anyone where I live, but somehow they found me. The first time it happened, I found a box wrapped all pretty and tied with a big bow. I couldn't help but be excited, you know. Who doesn't love a surprise? When I unwrapped it, though, things took a weird turn. Inside were photos of me. Not the usual photos either, like ones from my streams or selfies I'd posted. No, these were pictures taken of me secretly, like when I'm out shopping or just taking a walk. And that freaked me out, you know. I never shared my private moments online, and it felt like someone had invaded my personal space. As time went on, the gifts started showing up more and more frequently. It's like they knew my every move. When I go out alone, or even when I'm just at the supermarket picking up some groceries, the gifts would magically appear on my doorstep. I couldn't help but feel watched and violated. And the items inside these packages, oh boy, they got weirder with each passing day. One time, it was underwear, and I'm talking about mine. That's not something you want a stranger to have. Another time, it was bras. I mean, who does that? It was like they were trying to mess with my head, making me feel uncomfortable and unsafe in my own home. I couldn't take it anymore. It was time to call the police. I mean, who wouldn't in my shoes? So I did. I told them everything about the gifts, the pictures, the feeling of being watched. But you know what they said? They said it was normal. Normal, my ass. There's nothing normal about your private life being invaded like this. I tried explaining that these gifts and pictures were coming from a secret admirer, but they just brushed it off like it was no big deal. They told me it was probably just a fan who admired my streams a bit too much, and that I should be flattered. Flattered? More like freaked out. I'm telling you, I've never felt this vulnerable and scared before. It's like someone out there is obsessed with me, and I don't know what they'll do next. I'm just a regular person, trying to enjoy my passion for gaming and connect with my viewers. But now, every gift that shows up at my door is a chilling reminder that I'm not as safe as I thought. I was out that night, streaming live from different places, chasing the thrill of the nightlife. It's kind of my thing, you know. But this time, I was in a foreign land, a place I didn't know much about. It was exciting, and I thought it would be just like any other night, capturing the sights and sounds of the city for my followers. So, there I was, strolling down the unfamiliar streets, chatting with my audience, and having a grand old time. I felt like I was the queen of the night, the live stream queen. That's when it all started. Out of nowhere, this group of men came up to me. They told me to stop going live, said that this place was private, and live broadcasting wasn't allowed. Can you believe it? I argued back, saying it was a public place, and I was just sharing my adventure with my audience. I even laughed it off, as if I had won some kind of battle. But those guys, they weren't taking no for an answer. About 10 minutes later, they showed up again. And this time, one of them was holding a knife, glinting menacingly in the dim streetlight. Panic coursed through me like a lightning bolt, and I knew I was in trouble. The live broadcast abruptly cut off as they grabbed me. They had me by the neck, and I could feel the cold, sharp steel of the knife pressed against my skin. The fear, it's indescribable. I could see the evil in their eyes, and it sent shivers down my spine. They threatened me, asked if I wanted to die there, in a foreign land, if I didn't want to go back to my own country. Then, with a cruel slap, one of them hit my ear, and the pain radiated through my head. I was terrified, and I thought that this was it, the end of the line. With every ounce of strength I had left, I I broke free and ran as fast as my trembling legs would carry me. My heart raced, and I had tears streaming down my face. My only thought was to get to safety. I knew that I had to find help, so I made my way to the nearest police station, desperate for refuge and protection. But when I got there, the unimaginable happened. The police officers ignored me. It was as if I didn't even exist. I couldn't believe it. They turned a blind eye to my pleas for help. It was like they were in on it, like they were part of some dark conspiracy. That's when it dawned on me that I had messed with someone with influence in that place. Those men weren't just random troublemakers. They had power and connections. And there I was, a stranger in their territory, completely vulnerable and alone. I managed to escape that night, but the scars, both physical and emotional, still haunt me. It's a story that I'll never forget, a nightmarish experience that has changed me forever. I learned a harsh lesson about the real world, about the darkness that can lurk just around the corner, even in the most unexpected places. So, here I am, sharing my tale with you, not as an experienced writer with fancy words, but as someone who just wants to get the message out there. Be careful, especially in unknown places, and never underestimate the power of those who may want to silence you. It's a scary world out there, and sometimes the things that go bump in the night are far more real and terrifying than we can ever imagine. Hey folks, I can't believe I'm sharing this story, but you know what they say, the internet is a wild place. So, I'm a VTuber streamer. No one really knows my true identity. I've always been careful to keep that part of my life secret. Well, that's what I thought, until that one chilling night. It was late, and I was in the middle of a stream, chatting with my loyal viewers. I had my curtains open to let a bit of cool night air in while I entertained my audience. The street outside was quiet, as usual, with only a few dimly lit streetlights piercing the darkness. That's when it happened. A message popped up in my chat from a username I didn't recognize. The person said they knew my real identity, and even the color of the clothes I was wearing that very moment. I laughed it off at first, thinking it was just a troll trying to get a rise out of me. But then, they dropped a bombshell. They described the color of my clothes accurately. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. How could they possibly know that? It must be a coincidence, right? So, I decided to test it. I quickly closed the curtains, concealing myself from the outside world. But the message that followed was like a dagger to my heart. This stranger sent me a picture that shouldn't exist. It was a clear shot of me in my room from my own balcony. Panic overwhelmed me as I realized that someone was watching me from across the street. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. I told them what was happening, that I was being stalked. The police arrived within what felt like an eternity, but when they searched my room, they found nothing out of the ordinary. No hidden cameras, no intruder, nothing. They tried to reassure me that it might be a prank or a technical glitch, but I knew better. I knew that I wasn't alone that night. I decided to confide in a close friend, someone who knew my secret life. We brainstormed and came up with a plan. Maybe the stalker was still watching. We decided to stage a little drama on my next live stream. I'd pretend to move out and leave my apartment. The night came, and I acted out our plan, telling my viewers that I was moving and leaving my place behind. Comments poured in, but one in particular caught my attention. It was from that mysterious username again. They said something that sent shivers down my spine. "Don't think you can escape me." I couldn't handle it any longer. The fear, the paranoia, it was eating me alive. I moved to a new place with better security and more anonymity. For a while, I felt safer, but that chilling night still haunts me. Who was that person? How did they know so much about me? I wish I could tell you that there was a satisfying conclusion to this story, but there isn't. To this day, I live in fear that the person who invaded my privacy and made me question my sense of security might resurface. I've shared my story now, not because I want attention, but because maybe, just maybe, someone out there has faced something similar. If you have any advice or know anything that might help me find closure, please share it. I can't go back to being the carefree VTuber I once was, not after that night. It was a dark, chilly night on the streets where the world fell into shadow, and I became a hidden part of it. My name doesn't matter. What matters is the story I have to tell. I've never been a storyteller, but I can't keep this to myself any longer. I never chose this life, selling my body to strangers for money. It wasn't a dream, a goal, or an ambition. It was a choice made out of desperation, a choice I made for my son. He's just 8 years old, and all I ever wanted was to give him a chance at a better life. During the day, I worked tirelessly at a restaurant. The pay barely covered our rent, food, and school expenses. It was never enough. So, I had to find another way to make ends meet, and that way was standing on those dimly lit streets at night. Every evening, as the sun faded below the horizon, I would head out to the side of the road, waiting for those customers in the shadows. I didn't like what I did, but I did it for him, for my child. The nights were long, and I slept only a few hours, often going to the restaurant right after returning from my nighttime work. But what I didn't know was the price my daughter paid at school. Her classmates, those cruel little beings, teased her relentlessly, tormenting her with the truth they thought they knew. "Your mother is a prostitute," they'd taunt her. The tears she shed broke my heart, but I still had to do what I did to keep her brother in school. Then, one fateful night, just as I was about to step out into the darkness, I saw him, my son, standing there on the same side of the road. The sight struck me like a lightning bolt, shattering the world I'd built for him. He should have been home, safe in his bed. What had driven him to this desperate place? As I approached, I realized he wasn't alone. His friend from school, another innocent child, stood there with him. They were only 8 years old, playing a dangerous game of make-believe in a world far too real. My heart sank, knowing that my son's friend was well aware of the rumors at school, and he used them to mock my child. It was a cruel jest, but it cost him his life. My son, overcome with anger and despair, lashed out and ended his friend's life. The reality of our desperate situation had taken its toll on my innocent child. I had to take responsibility for my son's actions. I knew it was my duty as a mother, even if it meant sacrificing my own freedom. I told the police that I had done it, that I had taken another person's life. It's what I believed was the right thing to do. The police arrested me, and the villagers scolded me. They threw things at me, shouting words filled with anger and hatred. I felt their pain, their outrage, but it was the price I had to pay for the choices I had made. I cried bitterly, not for myself, but for my son, who now had to grow up without a mother. The court's verdict was swift and severe. I was sentenced to life imprisonment, and I couldn't help but wonder if it was a punishment for my actions, or a reflection of the unforgiving world that had driven me to this point. As I sit in my cell, I reflect on the choices I made and the consequences they brought. The story I've shared is not one of ghosts or supernatural horrors, but the real-life horrors of desperation and sacrifice. I hope that in narrating my story, you can convey the stark reality of the choices some are forced to make in their pursuit of a better life for their loved ones, even when it leads to a nightmarish existence and the tragic loss of innocence. I'm just a young woman, a mother of two, who never dreamed of ending up in the life I was living. My dream was to be an actress, to stand in the spotlight and bask in the applause of an adoring crowd. But life had other plans for me, and my husband played a part in that. My husband, once a respected figure in the entertainment industry, had fallen from grace. His addiction to drugs had cost him his job, his reputation, and his dignity. No one wanted to work with him, and the world turned its back on him. It was a painful fall from the heights of success to the depths of despair. One fateful night, a man, a supposed friend of his, came to visit. My husband, desperate for money, made a sinister proposition. He offered me to his friend in exchange for cash. I never consented to this, but he didn't give me a choice. He used force, and I found myself trapped in a nightmare that seemed to have no end. This wasn't a one-time occurrence. He subjected me to unspeakable horrors, again and again. I felt helpless, degraded, and disgusted with myself. My spirit was broken, but the worst part was yet to come. When my husband's demands became too much to bear, I hatched a plan to escape the torment that had become my life. But I was cornered, for he held our young son hostage, using him as a pawn to keep me trapped in this hell. He threatened that if I dared to run, our innocent child would be forced into the same horrors that I had endured. The anguish of it all pushed me to the brink, and I knew I had to do something drastic. One night, when my husband wasn't looking, I crushed sleeping pills into his dinner. As he drifted into a deep slumber, I seized the opportunity to grab my children and make a run for it. We raced through the dark, unfamiliar streets, my heart pounding in my chest. Tears streamed down my face as we finally arrived at the police station. The relief I felt was overwhelming, but I knew the road ahead would not be easy. The authorities intervened, and my husband was eventually charged for his heinous crimes. It was a long and arduous legal battle, but I couldn't rest until he faced the consequences of his actions. My children and I began the slow process of healing, trying to rebuild our lives from the ashes of our past. I share this story with you, not as a tale of ghostly hauntings or supernatural horrors, but as a reminder that sometimes the most terrifying nightmares are the ones that happen to real people in the darkest corners of society. I'm no writer, and my words may not do justice to the pain and fear that I've experienced. But I hope my story serves as a chilling reminder of the monsters that can exist in our midst, and the strength of the human spirit to overcome even the darkest of nights. I'm just a regular girl from a small, poor village. Life here is tough, and dreams are as distant as the stars in the night sky. But there's one night, a night I'll never forget, that changed everything for me. It was a dark evening in our village, and most of us were sitting outside our little huts, talking and trying to find comfort in the simplicity of life. That's when I saw her. She was like a vision, walking towards our village in a fancy sedan. It was a sight I had never witnessed before. You see, even motorcycles are considered a luxury here, and a car was beyond our wildest dreams. She stepped out of the car, and her beauty was something out of a fairy tale. Her clothes were so elegant, and I couldn't help but stare in awe. As she walked towards her family's home, she looked like a princess who had just returned from a faraway kingdom. It's not that we were jealous, but we all wondered how she managed to live a life so different from ours. Intrigued, I mustered up the courage to approach her. She was my older sister's friend, and I asked her what she did for a living to afford such luxuries. I wanted to change my family's fate too, and I thought maybe there was a way. I asked her, "What kind of work do you do? How do you make so much money?" She looked at me with a mysterious smile and told me that it was an easy job, but not something just anyone could do. She said you had to be good-looking and hard-working. My curiosity was piqued, and I asked her if I could do it too. She leaned in and whispered that she could help me get the same job if I was interested. I was elated, even if my parents didn't approve. A few days later, I found myself sitting in her car on our way to apply for this mysterious job. It was late in the evening, and the car ride felt endless. We kept driving deeper into the night, and the road started to grow increasingly remote. We were heading to a place that felt like an abandoned factory. She told me to wait inside, and as I stepped in, I was greeted by a chilling sight. There were several women in the room, some tied up, some unconscious, and others trembling with syringes in their arms. It was horrifying. My heart raced as I realized that something terribly wrong was happening here. The truth struck me like a bolt of lightning. They forced these women into doing drugs and unimaginable things. I had walked right into a human trafficking ring, a place where they forced these poor women into prostitution. I was trapped, and I knew there was no way out. I would live the same nightmare, over and over again, hundreds and thousands of times. The days turned into years, and the pain and suffering never left. We were at the mercy of ruthless people who seemed to have no conscience. I often thought that I might never escape this hellhole, that my dreams and aspirations would forever remain shattered. But then, one night, after 5 long years of torment, a flicker of hope appeared. The sound of sirens pierced the darkness, and a group of police officers stormed into the factory. It was like a miracle unfolding before my eyes. The raid was a chaotic flurry of screams, gunshots, and chaos, but it was the most beautiful chaos I had ever witnessed. As I watched the police officers apprehend the criminals and rescue us, tears of relief streamed down my face. I had survived this nightmare. It was a night that would forever haunt my memories, but it was also the night that gave me a second chance at life. Hey So, I'm not really good at putting words together, but something really messed up happened to me, and I need to share it with you all. This happened back in high school, when I was just this awkward kid, always sitting alone in the cafeteria. 'Cause, well, my so-called friends didn't really like me. So, one night, I had to stay late at school for this dumb project. I was in the empty classroom, with that flickering light that's been broken for ages. Creepy vibes, right? Anyway, I was just trying to get my work done, minding my own business, when I heard this weird whispering. It wasn't like a regular kind of whisper, It was like someone talking real close, but there was no one around. I looked around, and the halls were empty. I figured it was just my imagination, the usual stuff when you're alone in a big, old high school. I tried to ignore it and focused on my work, but the whispers got louder. Like, really loud, man. I could almost make out what they were saying. It was like a bunch of people talking all at once, but it was all jumbled up. Freaky, right? I decided to check it out, 'cause, maybe someone was messing with me. I stepped into the hallway, and that's when things got real messed up. The whispers started getting clearer, and it was like they were saying my name. Not just once, but over and over again, like some messed up chant. I was scared, like really scared, but I kept walking down the hall. The whispers led me to this old abandoned part of the school, the part they don't let students go. It was dark, and the air felt heavy, like something was there with me. As I walked, the whispers got louder, and I could feel eyes on me, even though I couldn't see anyone. I turned a corner, and there, at the end of the hall, was this figure. It was like a shadow, but darker, if that makes any sense. It was tall too, like way taller than any person should be. I couldn't move, man. I was frozen in place, just staring at this thing. The whispers were deafening now, and I could feel them in my head, like they were trying to tell me something important. But it was all gibberish, like some messed up code. Then, the figure started moving towards me, and I booked it out of there. I ran like I've never run before, and the whispers followed me all the way. I burst out of the school, and it was like everything went silent. No whispers, no figure, just the sound of my own heavy breathing. I never stayed late at school after that, and I never went near that abandoned part again. I don't know what the hell happened that night, but it messed me up, man. I can't explain it, but if you ever hear whispers in the empty halls of your school, just run. Run as fast as you can and never look back. I remember the air being kinda chilly, and the creaky sounds of the swings swaying in the wind were the only things keeping me company. I had this weird feeling in my gut, like something wasn't right, but I brushed it off, thinking I was just being paranoid. So there I am, sitting on the cold metal slide, staring at the empty swings, when I noticed this flickering light near the old maintenance shed. It was like a faint glow, not the bright kind, more like a dim flashlight. Curiosity got the best of me, so I decided to check it out. Yeah, I know, not the smartest move, but I figured it was just some janitor or something. As I got closer, the light started to reveal something I wish I never saw. There was this figure, all hunched over, scribbling something on the ground with what looked like chalk. I couldn't make out their face, just this dark silhouette against the dim light. And then I saw it. words written in a language I couldn't understand, surrounded by these weird symbols that made my skin crawl. I froze, thinking maybe it was some prank or a weird art project. But then the figure stopped, looked up, and I swear, even in the darkness, I felt its gaze pierce through me. Panic set in, and I booked it out of there, not looking back until I reached the main gate. My heart was pounding, and I fumbled for my phone to call my dad. That's when things got even weirder. My dad answered, but his voice sounded off, like it was coming from far away. He kept repeating the same thing, over and over, like a broken record. I couldn't make out the words, just this creepy, distorted noise that sent shivers down my spine. I ran home, not daring to look back. And when I got there, my dad was fine, totally normal. But he had no memory of answering the phone or saying anything weird. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just stress messing with my head. But here's the messed up part. The next day, the school had no record of any maintenance work or anyone being there after hours. It was like the whole thing never happened. I can't explain it, and it still gives me the chills just thinking about that night. I don't know what I stumbled upon, but I pray I never come across it again. Stay safe out there, guys. Hey there, folks. You won't believe what happened to me the other night. So, I'm this young woman, right? Just a regular college student. Anyway, I was at school, like always. I'm in this club, nothing too fancy, just a bunch of us hanging out in the club room, goofing off and whatnot. It was getting late, and everyone decided to call it a night. Now, I'm not one to bail out early, so I stayed behind, to finish up some work. The others left, and suddenly, I found myself alone in the club room. The silence was thick, and you could hear the distant echoes of doors closing and footsteps fading away. I lost track of time, buried in my work, and before I knew it, the clock struck midnight. Now, let me tell you, this school at night is a whole different beast. The dim lights, the creaky floors, it's like a different world. But I didn't mind. I was used to it. As the night went on, I felt this weird chill in the air. I brushed it off, blaming it on the ancient heating system in our school. But then, I started hearing these whispers. Soft, almost like a breeze carrying distant voices. I figured it was just my tired mind playing tricks on me. The thing is, I got so caught up in my work that I didn't notice the whispers growing louder. It was like they were circling around me, taunting me. I shook my head, thinking it was just my imagination. But then, I heard my name in the whispers. Clear as day, my name being called out in that eerie chorus. I looked around, feeling my heart racing. The club room seemed different, like the air had thickened. The shadows danced in strange patterns on the walls. I stood up, thinking I should leave, but then I realized something even weirder. The clock on the wall wasn't moving. It was stuck at midnight. Fear started to crawl up my spine, and I stumbled out of the club room into the hallway. The school, once so familiar, felt like a maze of endless corridors. I could still hear the whispers, now echoing through the empty halls. The sound of my own footsteps seemed to synchronize with the eerie chant. I decided to head for the exit, but every turn led me deeper into the labyrinth of the school. The whispers became more urgent, like a desperate plea. I felt a cold breeze, even though the windows were all closed. And then I saw it, a flickering light at the end of the hallway. As I approached, the whispers reached a crescendo. The flickering light turned out to be an old projector in a forgotten classroom. It was playing a reel of grainy footage. Images flashed before my eyes. Scenes from the past. Faces I didn't recognize. And then, my own face, terrified, in the dim light. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet, and the whispers turned into anguished cries. I ran, not knowing where I was going, until I found myself back in the clubroom. The clock started ticking again, and the whispers faded away. I left that school that night, never to return. I can't explain what happened, but I know something isn't right in those empty halls. So, if you ever find yourself alone in a quiet school at night, be careful. You might hear the haunting whispers of the past, just like I did. I'm a park ranger, stationed in a relatively remote area, surrounded by dense, ancient forests. I've seen my fair share of eerie occurrences in the woods, but none quite like the story I'm about to share with you. For privacy reasons, let's call me Ranger Joe. A couple of months back, during one of my routine patrols, I came across a chilling tale that a lone woman had shared with me. Her story still sends shivers down my spine, and I feel compelled to pass it along to those who appreciate a good scare. Let's call her Emma. Emma, a nature enthusiast, decided to embark on a solo camping trip deep into the heart of our vast forest. She sought the tranquility that only nature could provide, and she found a secluded spot far away from any marked trails or campsites. As Emma set up her tent beneath the towering trees, she couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. The air felt unusually heavy, and the silence seemed to press against her ears. She chalked it up to her solitude and tried to focus on enjoying the serenity of the untouched wilderness. The first night passed uneventfully. Emma cozied up in her sleeping bag, lulled to sleep by the distant rustle of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. However, as the second night fell, things took a turn for the bizarre. Around midnight, Emma awoke to a strange sound. She described it as a faint, guttural whisper that seemed to be carried on the wind. Curiosity mingled with fear as she unzipped her tent to investigate. The forest around her was eerily still, and the whispering ceased. Shaking off the unease, Emma convinced herself it was just the wind playing tricks on her ears. She returned to her tent, but sleep eluded her. The whispering returned, now accompanied by the distinct feeling of being watched. Emma peered into the darkness, but saw nothing. As the third night approached, the whispers grew more audible, forming fragmented sentences that sent chills down Emma's spine. She described them as unintelligible, like a language from a long-forgotten era. Unable to ignore the unsettling atmosphere, Emma decided to cut her camping trip short and packed up in a hurry. As she hiked back toward civilization, the whispers persisted, following her like ghostly echoes. Emma quickened her pace, the weight of an unseen gaze urging her forward. She eventually emerged from the forest, but the whispers lingered in her mind. What unnerved her most was a detail she shared after the fact. The whispers seemed to be in sync with her thoughts, as if the forest itself had absorbed her fears and was reflecting them back. Emma couldn't shake the feeling that something ancient and malevolent had been awakened during her solitary sojourn. To this day, I can't help but wonder about the mysteries that dwell within the heart of these ancient woods. As a seasoned ranger, I've encountered my fair share of unexplained phenomena, but Emma's tale has left an indelible mark on my understanding of the eerie forces that may slumber beneath the canopy. My name's Sarah, and I ain't no writer or nothing, but I gotta get this off my chest. I work at a small shop downtown. Ain't nothing special. But last weekend, I decided to do something wild. Go camping in the forest all by myself. So, picture this. Tall trees, leaves crunching under my boots, and the smell of pine all around. It was peaceful, you know? But let me tell you, it didn't stay that way. I found this little spot to set up camp, just me and my tent. The sun was going down, and the woods got darker. Real quick, I started feeling like I was being watched, you know? Eyes on the back of my neck kind of feeling. But I shook it off, thinking it was just me being paranoid in the woods alone. Night fell, and I made a fire. I tried to keep myself occupied, but that feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. I brushed it off, thinking maybe it was just the critters or something. Later on, I heard a twig snap behind me. I turned, heart pounding. There was this guy just standing there, middle-aged, kind of scruffy looking. He had this creepy grin on his face, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. I asked him what he was doing out here, but he just stared. Didn't say a word. It was then I knew something wasn't right. I started packing up my stuff, trying to ignore the guy, but he followed me. Every step I took, he was right behind me, like a shadow. Then he made his move. He lunged at me, trying to grab hold of my arm. I screamed like I've never screamed before. I fought back, kicking and punching, and that's when I heard it. Distant voices. Turns out, a couple of off-duty officers were camping nearby. They heard my screams and came running. The guy froze when he saw them, like a deer caught in headlights. They wrestled him down, cuffed him, and called for backup. I was shaken, terrified out of my mind. The officers told me they had been watching the guy for a while, suspecting him of doing some shady stuff in the woods. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. They took him away, and I packed up my stuff faster than ever. I hiked out of those woods like my life depended on it. Now, I can't shake the memory of that night. The fear, the darkness, that creepy guy following me. I ain't no storyteller, and I sure as heck ain't looking for attention. I just needed to share this with someone. Be careful out there, folks, and trust your instincts. You never know what's lurking in the shadows, especially when you're all alone in the dark. Hello there, my name is Olivia, and I work as a wildlife researcher, spending most of my days exploring the vast and mysterious forests that cover our beautiful planet. I never thought I'd experience something so unnerving in the depths of nature. But there's a story from one particular camping trip that still sends shivers down my spine. It all began when my 3 closest friends and I decided to escape the hustle and bustle of city life for a weekend camping trip deep in the heart of the Oregon wilderness. Our excitement was palpable as we set up our tents under the towering pines, eager for a break from our daily routines. The first night was tranquil, filled with laughter and shared stories around the crackling campfire. The moon cast an ethereal glow over the forest, and the air was thick with the scent of pine. Little did I know, our idyllic adventure was about to take a sinister turn. As the night wore on, the forest seemed to come alive with strange noises, rustling leaves, distant whispers, and the occasional snap of a twig. I attributed it to the usual nocturnal activities of the wildlife, but a subtle unease crept into our group. It was around midnight when one of my friends, Emma, suggested we go for a moonlit walk to explore the beauty of the forest at night. Intrigued, we grabbed our flashlights and ventured into the woods, our footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of fallen leaves. The trees cast eerie shadows that danced around us, creating a surreal atmosphere. We walked deeper into the forest, guided by the dim glow of our flashlights. That's when I noticed something odd. A faint, rhythmic thumping that seemed to echo through the trees. The air became tense, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Emma, ever the adventurous soul, brushed off my concerns, assuring us it was probably just our imaginations. But as we continued, the thumping grew louder, and the once familiar surroundings felt increasingly alien. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the trees, extinguishing our flashlights. Panic set in as we fumbled to relight them. In the darkness, we heard Emma scream. Our beams found her, standing frozen, staring into the inky blackness ahead. But there was something else, a shadowy figure that seemed to materialize from the very essence of the forest. It stood there, unmoving, its silhouette merging with the darkness. We couldn't see its face, but its presence was suffocating. As quickly as it appeared, the figure vanished, leaving us disoriented and terrified. We called out for Emma, but there was only silence. We searched the area frantically, but she was gone without a trace. It was as if the forest had swallowed her whole. The thumping resumed, now hauntingly rhythmic, echoing through the trees. We stumbled back to camp, hearts pounding, and tried to make sense of the inexplicable events. The forest, once a source of solace, now seemed like a malevolent entity. Days turned into weeks, and despite extensive search efforts, Emma was never found. The experience left me scarred, haunted by the memory of that silent, shadowy figure and the enigmatic force that stole my friend away. To this day, the forest remains a place of beauty and horror, concealing secrets that defy explanation. Hello, my name is Emma, and I work as a freelance photographer. This particular job often takes me to new and unfamiliar places, and I've had my fair share of strange encounters. However, none of them compare to the bone-chilling experience I had at an Airbnb a few months ago. It was a quaint little cottage tucked away in the woods, surrounded by tall trees that whispered secrets in the wind. The host, a friendly elderly woman named Mrs. Anderson, greeted me warmly upon arrival. She handed me the keys and left me with a simple warning. Enjoy your stay, dear, but mind you, this place has its stories. I brushed off her words, thinking she was referring to some local folklore or superstition. Little did I know, the true horror awaited me within the walls of that seemingly peaceful abode. The cottage was cozy, adorned with vintage furniture that creaked under the weight of years gone by. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the rooms, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My camera equipment lay scattered around, and the dim light played tricks on my imagination. That night, an eerie silence enveloped the cottage. I lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to shake off the sensation that something wasn't right. A subtle chill ran down my spine, as if a ghostly presence lingered in the room. Unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer, I decided to reach out to the authorities. I hesitated, fearing they would dismiss my concerns as mere paranoia. But my instincts told me otherwise, urging me to make the call. As I described the unsettling feeling and the strange occurrences, the dispatcher assured me they would send someone to investigate. The minutes felt like hours as I waited anxiously, my eyes darting around the room. Finally, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence. 2 officers entered the cottage, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. I explained my unease as they carefully examined each room. My heart raced as they entered the bedroom, and I braced myself for an anticlimactic resolution. However, what they discovered beneath my bed sent shivers down my spine. Hidden in the shadows, a man lay curled up, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and desperation. The officers swiftly apprehended him, revealing that he had been stalking me, lurking in the shadows, and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The man's intentions remained a mystery, but the mere thought of a stranger hiding beneath my bed sent chills down my spine. The authorities assured me they would conduct a thorough investigation, but the scars of that night remained etched in my memory. I left the Airbnb the next morning, haunted by the realization that the cottage held secrets far darker than Mrs. Anderson had let on. The experience left me questioning the thin veil that separates the ordinary from the unknown, and the fine line between a peaceful retreat and a nightmarish ordeal. Hi, my name is Lisa, and I work as a freelance writer. One assignment took me to a bustling downtown area, and I decided to book an Airbnb to make my stay more comfortable. Little did I know, my choice would lead me into the depths of a chilling mystery. The Airbnb seemed like a typical room, well decorated, modern, and brand new. The host, a friendly woman named Sarah, welcomed me and provided all the necessary details. She mentioned that the room had recently undergone renovations, which explained its pristine condition. As the night settled in, I began to notice strange occurrences. The air felt heavy, and an eerie silence hung in the room. The dimly lit hallway outside my door seemed to stretch into an abyss. Ignoring my growing unease, I decided to get some work done. Around midnight, I heard soft whispers echoing through the room. It sounded like distant conversations, muffled yet unmistakable. My curiosity overcame my fear, and I strained to catch the words. It was as if the very walls held secrets of a tragic past. Unable to shake off the unsettling feeling, I decided to research the property. Deep in my investigation, I stumbled upon a shocking revelation. The room I was staying in had once been the scene of a gruesome murder. A shiver ran down my spine as I read about the unsolved case that had taken place just a few months ago. Haunted by this newfound knowledge, I started noticing more sinister signs. Shadows danced on the walls, taking on ominous shapes that seemed to watch me. The temperature in the room fluctuated unexpectedly, sending chills down my spine. I questioned my sanity as I witnessed the lights flickering without any apparent cause. Determined to uncover the truth, I contacted Sarah, the Airbnb host, to inquire about the history of the room. She reluctantly revealed that the previous occupants had met a tragic end, leaving the room tainted with an unsettling energy. That night, sleep eluded me. I lay in bed, paralyzed by fear, as whispers intensified into audible cries. Unseen hands seemed to brush against my skin, and the air became suffocating. Every creak, every shadow, held a story of sorrow and despair. As dawn approached, I gathered my belongings, desperate to escape the haunting atmosphere. However, the room had one final revelation for me. In the pale morning light, I discovered cryptic messages etched into the mirror. Messages that hinted at a malevolent force, unwilling to release its grip on the living. I fled the Airbnb, leaving behind a room that concealed a sinister secret. To this day, I can't erase the memories of that dreadful night. The night when I, unwittingly, shared my space with the echoes of a tragedy that refused to be forgotten. The whispers still linger in the corners of my mind, a haunting reminder of the darkness that can hide behind even the most inviting facades. My name is Amanda, and I'm a graphic designer from a small town in the Midwest. Recently, I decided to take a leap out of my comfort zone and embarked on my first solo trip abroad. I found a cozy Airbnb in the heart of a bustling downtown, excited for the adventure that awaited me. Little did I know that my enthusiasm would soon be replaced by sheer terror. The Airbnb, a charming but slightly antiquated 2-story house, had an old-world charm that drew me in. The host, a seemingly friendly local named Mr. Thomas, welcomed me and handed over the keys with a warm smile. He assured me that I'd have complete privacy during my stay, which only added to my sense of excitement. On my first night, after exploring the city's vibrant streets and enjoying a delicious dinner at a nearby cafe, I returned to my temporary home. The night was unusually quiet, and the narrow alleyways leading to the Airbnb seemed to echo with an eerie stillness. As I stepped inside, a shiver ran down my spine, though I couldn't quite place why. The Airbnb was dimly lit, and the creaking wooden floors added to its mysterious atmosphere. I made my way to the second floor, where the bedroom awaited. The antique furniture and faded wallpaper gave the room an otherworldly feel, but I chalked it up to the historical charm of the place. Little did I know that this night would become etched in my memory for far more sinister reasons. As I lay in bed, scrolling through my phone and trying to shake off the unease, I heard a faint sound. At first, it was distant and barely audible, but it soon grew into a haunting moan that reverberated through the house. It was as if the very walls held the echoes of some ancient ritual, a cacophony of voices chanting in a language I couldn't comprehend. Panic set in as I strained to listen, attempting to decipher the source of the eerie symphony. The chanting seemed to come from somewhere outside the house, echoing through the narrow alleys like a ghostly serenade. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was intruding on something beyond my understanding, something malevolent. Fearful and curious in equal measure, I cautiously made my way downstairs. The old wooden steps groaned beneath my weight, adding an extra layer of tension to the already eerie ambience. As I reached the ground floor, the sound became more distinct, and I realized that it was not in English, nor any language I could recognize. I peered through the slightly ajar front door, revealing a surreal scene in the dimly lit street. Cloaked figures, their faces obscured by shadows, stood in a circle just beyond the reach of the streetlights. The air was thick with an otherworldly energy, and the haunting moans now transformed into guttural chants that sent shivers down my spine. My heart raced as I observed their strange ritual, feeling like an unwitting spectator to something far beyond my comprehension. Unnerved and paralyzed by fear, I retreated from the door and rushed back to my room, contemplating whether I should call the police or flee the premises altogether. As I sat huddled in the corner of the room, the chanting outside reached a fever pitch. It seemed to penetrate the very walls of the Airbnb, wrapping me in an invisible cocoon of dread. The air became heavy with an oppressive force, and I could swear that the room itself pulsed with an unnatural energy. Terrified and convinced that I had stumbled upon something far more sinister than a mere tourist experience, I mustered the courage to gather my belongings and flee the Airbnb. I slipped out into the night, leaving behind the mysterious ritual and the haunted house that had become my brief, unsettling refuge. To this day, the memory of that night haunts me, and I can't shake the feeling that I witnessed something not meant for mortal eyes. The Airbnb, once a charming retreat, now stands as a chilling reminder that sometimes the line between adventure and horror is thin and easily crossed. Hey there, my name's Alex, and I've been working the night shift at this small, out-of-the-way gas station for about a year now. It's one of those places that's only ever busy during daylight hours, and once the sun sets, it becomes eerily silent. I've had my fair share of strange occurrences, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened one fateful night. It was a typical Tuesday evening. I had just settled into the monotony of the night shift. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead as I lazily flipped through a magazine to pass the time. The only sound was the occasional rustle of leaves outside and the distant hum of passing cars on the nearby highway. Around midnight, I noticed a flicker in the overhead lights. Brushing it off as a mere glitch, I continued my routine. But as the minutes ticked by, the flickering intensified, casting erratic shadows across the store. I decided to check the circuit breaker, thinking it might just be a minor electrical issue. The moment I stepped into the storage room, an unsettling chill crept down my spine. The room was dimly lit, and the air felt heavier, suffused with an unexplainable tension. I fumbled for the circuit breaker, and just as I was about to reset it, the lights went out completely. Suddenly, I was engulfed in complete darkness. I strained my ears, but the only sound I could hear was the faint creaking of the store settling. Panicking, I reached for my flashlight, only to find it missing from its usual spot. A sense of dread washed over me as I fumbled through the dark to find another light source. With the feeble glow of my phone, I managed to navigate my way back to the main area of the gas station. That's when I noticed it, the unsettling sensation of being watched. I scanned the surroundings, half expecting to see a pair of eyes peering at me from the shadows. I called out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" No response. Just the eerie echo of my own voice bouncing off the silent walls. As I made my way to the cash register to grab a backup flashlight, a low, guttural whisper echoed through the air. "Alex." My heart pounded in my chest as I shone the flashlight around the empty store. The whisper persisted, growing louder and more distinct. It seemed to be emanating from the direction of the restrooms. Trembling, I approached cautiously, my footsteps echoing in the silent void. The restrooms were empty, but the atmosphere was thick with an otherworldly presence. The flickering lights overhead cast dancing shadows on the walls, and that's when I saw it. A figure, barely perceptible, standing at the far end of the hallway leading to the restrooms. My breath caught in my throat as I tried to make out the details. It was a silhouette, featureless and shrouded in darkness. The whisper now turned into an unsettling chant, as if a chorus of ghostly voices filled the air. "Alex. Join us, Alex." Terrified, I stumbled backward, my mind racing to comprehend the surreal scene before me. The figure advanced slowly, its shadowy form elongating with each step. Panic set in, and I bolted towards the exit, the haunting chant echoing behind me. As I burst through the doors into the cool night air, the lights inside the gas station flickered back to life. I turned back to see the figure dissipate into the vanishing shadows. The air seemed to lighten, but the chilling echoes of that ghostly chant lingered. To this day, I can't shake the feeling that something otherworldly had reached out to me that night. The gas station remains a place of whispered tales among locals, a warning to those who dare to venture into the desolate night shift alone. As the clock struck midnight, Emily found herself alone in the dimly lit office building, surrounded by the eerie silence of the night. She had volunteered for the night shift, thinking it would be a quiet and uneventful night. Little did she know that the empty halls held secrets that would soon unfold. The flickering fluorescent lights cast long shadows, creating an unsettling atmosphere as Emily sat at her desk, typing away on her computer. The rhythmic sound of her fingers on the keyboard was the only noise that echoed through the otherwise silent office. The hum of the air conditioning and the distant whir of the photocopier were the only signs of life in the deserted workspace. As Emily delved deeper into her work, she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every now and then, she would glance over her shoulder, expecting to see a colleague or a custodian making their rounds. However, each time she turned, there was nothing but empty corridors and closed office doors. As the hours passed, Emily's unease grew. She began to hear faint whispers, indiscernible and ghostly. They seemed to emanate from the dark corners of the office, teasing her sanity. She dismissed them as mere figments of her imagination, blaming the late hour for playing tricks on her mind. Suddenly, the computer screens throughout the office flickered, and the room was plunged into darkness. Emily's heart raced as she fumbled for her phone, the only source of light in the pitch-black room. She dialed the building's security, desperately trying to quell the rising panic within her. The security guard, his voice crackling over the phone, assured Emily that it was probably just a power surge and that he would check the electrical room. As she waited in the darkness, Emily heard footsteps echoing through the halls, growing louder with each passing second. Her breath caught in her throat as she strained to listen. The security guard's voice returned over the phone, this time shaky and uncertain. He claimed that the electrical room was empty, yet the footsteps persisted. Emily's mind raced with fear as she realized she was truly alone in the building. Deciding to investigate the source of the mysterious footsteps herself, Emily cautiously made her way through the inky blackness, guided only by the feeble glow of her phone. The air felt thick with an otherworldly presence, and a cold chill ran down her spine as she turned each corner, revealing nothing but the empty darkness. As she approached the end of a corridor, Emily heard a low, guttural growl emanating from the shadows. A shiver ran down her spine as she strained to see what lurked in the blackness. The growl grew louder, more menacing, sending waves of terror through her. Then, with a sudden jolt, the lights flickered back to life. Emily found herself standing alone in the corridor, the growls replaced by the familiar hum of the office equipment. She hesitated, trying to comprehend the surreal experience she had just endured. Shaken, but determined to finish her work, Emily returned to her desk. However, the unsettling feeling lingered, and she couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. As the night wore on, strange occurrences continued to unfold. Papers shuffled on their own, doors creaked open, and shadows danced along the walls. In a final attempt to rationalize the inexplicable events, Emily decided to review the security footage. As she watched the recordings, her blood ran cold. The footage showed her moving through the office, but there was something else. A shadowy figure that mirrored her every step, lurking just out of sight. Terrified, Emily realized that she was not alone in the office. An unseen presence, a ghostly doppelganger, had shared the night shift with her. The whispers, footsteps, and growls were the haunting echoes of a presence that defied explanation. As the first light of dawn broke through the windows, Emily gathered her belongings, leaving the office with a newfound appreciation for the thin veil that separates the living from the supernatural. The night shift, once a mundane task, had transformed into a harrowing journey into the unknown, leaving Emily forever changed by the horrors she had witnessed in the lonely corridors of the office building. I've been working the night shift at a local food delivery joint for a few months now. The gig pays the bills, but the real kicker is the eerie solitude that comes with navigating the city's dimly lit streets in the dead of night. It was during one of these night shifts that I stumbled upon an experience that still sends shivers down my spine. One particularly gloomy evening, the rain was falling relentlessly, adding an extra layer of desolation to the quiet streets. The neon lights from the city's establishments cast long, distorted shadows, giving the entire neighborhood a haunting vibe. As a delivery guy, I was used to the solitude, but that night was different. It felt like something was lurking in the shadows, just beyond my peripheral vision. I received an order for a small, run-down apartment building on the outskirts of town. The rain battered against the windshield as I navigated through the winding streets. The GPS guided me to a dimly lit street where the flickering street lamp overhead cast a ghostly glow on the wet pavement. The building itself seemed like it hadn't seen maintenance in years, and the rusty stairs creaked with every step I took. The delivery instructions were straightforward. Leave the package at the doorstep and ring the bell. Simple enough, right? But as I approached, an unsettling feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. The air was thick with an unspoken tension that seemed to emanate from the very walls of the building. The flickering light in the hallway made it difficult to discern the numbers on the doors. I finally located the correct apartment, and as I approached, I noticed the door slightly ajar. The rain had soaked through my jacket, and a chill ran down my spine as I pushed the door open with cautious hesitation. Inside, the apartment was unnervingly silent. The only sound was the rhythmic tapping of the rain against the window. I called out, announcing the delivery, but my voice seemed to get swallowed by the oppressive stillness. The flickering light bulb overhead cast long, dancing shadows that played tricks on my imagination. I left the package on a rickety table and turned to leave when I heard a soft whisper, almost like a distant murmur. My senses heightened as I strained to make out the words. It was as if the very walls were whispering secrets. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead as I realized the whispering was getting closer, surrounding me. Panicking, I fumbled for the door, but it wouldn't budge. The once slight creaking of the stairs outside seemed to amplify, resonating through the silence like an ominous symphony. The air grew heavier, and an indescribable dread enveloped me. I could feel eyes on me, though I saw no one. In a desperate attempt to escape, I pounded on the door, the sound reverberating through the narrow hallway. The whispering escalated into a haunting chorus, echoing through the apartment like a sinister incantation. The shadows seemed to writhe and contort, taking on unnatural forms that danced around the room. As I continued to pound on the door, a sudden gust of wind blew through the open window, extinguishing the flickering light bulb. The apartment plunged into darkness, and the whispering reached a deafening crescendo. Just as I thought I couldn't bear it any longer, the door swung open, and I stumbled out into the rain-soaked hallway. I ran down the stairs, the echoing whispers fading with each step. The building seemed to exhale a sigh of relief as I burst through the entrance into the night. The rain had intensified, washing away the remnants of the eerie encounter. I sprinted back to my car, heart pounding, and peeled away from that forsaken place. To this day, I can't shake the feeling that something otherworldly lurked in the shadows of that apartment building. The memory of that night still haunts my dreams, a chilling reminder that there are places where the line between reality and the supernatural becomes dangerously thin, especially when you find yourself alone in the dead of night. My name is Amanda, and I work as a graphic designer in the heart of downtown. My life has been pretty ordinary, but one Tinder match changed everything. Let me tell you about the night my worst nightmare unfolded. It all started innocently enough. I matched with this guy named Jake. His profile boasted charming photos, and he seemed like a genuinely nice guy. We chatted for a while, and he suggested we meet up for dinner at a cozy little restaurant downtown. I agreed, thinking it was time to break the monotony of my routine and maybe find someone special. The evening arrived, and I made my way to the restaurant. As I approached, I spotted a guy sitting at the outdoor seating area who seemed to fit Jake's description. Excitement bubbled within me as I walked over. However, as I got closer, I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. He looked different from his pictures, older, scruffier, and a bit off. My instincts told me something wasn't right. Reluctantly, I introduced myself as Amanda, and he responded with a crooked smile. The unease intensified, but I brushed it off, thinking maybe he just didn't photograph well. We entered the restaurant, and that's when things took a dark turn. As we sat down, Jake's demeanor shifted. He became overly intense, asking probing questions about my personal life that made me uncomfortable. I tried to steer the conversation toward lighter topics, but he persisted, almost as if he was studying me. It was like he was wearing a mask, hiding something sinister beneath the surface. Despite my growing unease, I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was just socially awkward or nervous. But as the night progressed, his behavior escalated. He started sharing bizarre and disturbing stories about his past, claiming to have been involved in questionable activities. Suddenly, it hit me. He wasn't the person from the pictures. He had used someone else's identity to lure me into this situation. Panic set in as I realized I was sitting across from a complete stranger with malicious intentions. Desperation kicked in as I tried to find an excuse to leave. That's when he grabbed my arm, his eyes locking onto mine with an unsettling intensity. Fear surged through me as I pulled away, demanding he let me go. His demeanor shifted again, this time into full-blown aggression. The restaurant staff must have sensed something was wrong because the manager approached us, asking if everything was okay. In that moment, I seized the opportunity and told the manager I needed help. The staff promptly escorted me to a back exit, ensuring I got safely away from Jake. I quickened my pace, glancing over my shoulder to make sure Jake wasn't following me. Fear pulsed through my veins as his ominous words echoed in my mind. The bustling city streets offered some solace, but the threat felt too real to dismiss. I ducked into a nearby coffee shop, hoping to blend in with the crowd and catch my breath. As I ordered a coffee, my hands trembled, and I struggled to hold back tears. The barista must have noticed my distress because she asked if everything was okay. I briefly explained the situation, and she kindly offered to let me stay inside until I felt safe. Grateful for the small refuge, I sat near the window, keeping a watchful eye on the entrance. My phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. It read, "You can't escape, Amanda. I'll always find you." Dread sank in as I realized Jake had somehow obtained my number. Panicking, I considered calling the police, but I hesitated, unsure of how they could help. Instead, I texted a close friend, recounting the night's events and expressing my fear. The friend, sensing the urgency, immediately called the police on my behalf. Meanwhile, I decided it was best to leave the coffee shop and head towards a more crowded area. As I stepped outside, my heart raced when I saw Jake standing across the street, staring at me with that unsettling smile. I darted into a nearby store, desperately seeking safety. The store employees, noticing my distress, quickly offered assistance. They allowed me to stay inside while they called the police and provided a security escort to ensure I reached my destination without further incident. The police arrived promptly, taking my statement and assuring me they would investigate the situation. They recommended I stay with a friend or family member for the night and offered additional support, including the option of a restraining order if needed. In the following days, I took precautions to enhance my personal safety, changing locks, varying my daily routines, and staying vigilant. The authorities continued their investigation into Jake's real identity, and I cooperated fully, providing any information that could help them track him down. My ordeal served as a stark reminder of the darker side of online interactions. It prompted me to share my story with friends, family, and through online platforms, raising awareness about the potential dangers of online dating and the importance of personal safety measures. While the experience was harrowing, it also fueled my determination to empower others to be vigilant and prioritize their well-being in the unpredictable realm of online connections. began innocently enough, with a simple swipe to the right on a seemingly charming profile. Little did I know that this decision would lead to a series of events that would redefine the meaning of Tinder horror story. Our conversation started off on a positive note, filled with light banter and shared interests. He seemed like the perfect match, well-spoken, educated, and with a great sense of humor. We decided to meet at a cozy coffee shop for our first date, setting the stage for what I thought would be the start of something special. As I entered the coffee shop, I scanned the room for the face behind the profile picture. Spotting him at a corner table, I walked over and extended a friendly greeting. He stood up with a smile, and for a moment, everything felt right. However, as we delved into our conversation, I started noticing subtle signs that things might not be as they seemed. He spoke with an intensity that bordered on fanaticism about obscure conspiracy theories and government cover-ups. I dismissed it initially, thinking it was just an eccentric quirk. Little did I know, it was just the beginning. As our date progressed, his behavior became increasingly erratic. He started rambling about aliens infiltrating society and insisted that he was privy to classified information that would change the world. I couldn't tell if he was joking or serious, but the uneasy feeling in my gut grew stronger. Desperate to steer the conversation away from the bizarre, I asked about his hobbies. That's when he pulled out a small bag filled with what looked like crystals and began explaining their mystical properties. According to him, these crystals could cleanse the soul and ward off negative energies. I exchanged a polite smile, trying to maintain composure, but I couldn't shake off the discomfort. To my relief, the date finally came to an end. As we parted ways, he handed me one of the mysterious crystals, insisting that it would bring positive energy into my life. I accepted it with a forced smile, eager to put the strange encounter behind me. But the nightmare was far from over. In the days that followed, he bombarded me with messages, each more peculiar than the last. He sent me links to obscure websites filled with conspiracy theories, claiming they held the key to understanding the universe's secrets. Alarmed, I asked him to respect my boundaries and stop sending such content. That's when things took a dark turn. He accused me of being part of the very conspiracy he had been warning me about. According to him, I was a government agent sent to spy on him. Messages flooded my inbox, filled with paranoid delusions and accusations that left me both frightened and bewildered. I decided to block him, hoping that would be the end of it. But it wasn't. He created multiple fake profiles to continue his relentless pursuit. I changed my privacy settings, but he somehow managed to find me each time. The messages grew more threatening, and I became increasingly fearful for my safety. I considered involving law enforcement, but hesitated, unsure of how seriously they would take my situation. It wasn't until he showed up at my workplace unannounced that I knew I had to take drastic measures. Terrified, I filed a restraining order against him, detailing the escalating harassment I had endured. The legal process was daunting, but I hoped it would finally put an end to the nightmare. Thankfully, the restraining order proved effective, and the harassment ceased. But the scars of that Tinder date gone horribly wrong lingered. It shattered my sense of security and made me question the risks of online dating. In the end, what started as a hopeful swipe for love turned into a cautionary tale about the unpredictable nature of human connection in the digital age. One evening, after a long day at the office, I decided to give Tinder a try. After a few swipes and messages, I connected with a seemingly normal guy named John. He was charming, had a good sense of humor, and we quickly hit it off. After chatting for a while, John suggested we meet up for dinner at a local restaurant. Excited about the prospect of a potential connection, I agreed to the dinner date. However, things took a strange turn when John messaged me on the day of our planned meeting, changing the location to a park at night. A little hesitant, but not wanting to jump to conclusions, I decided to give it a chance. As I arrived at the park, the dimly lit surroundings made me uneasy. John greeted me with a smile that seemed a bit off, but I brushed it off as nerves. We sat on a bench, and that's when things started getting weird. When I wasn't paying attention, I could feel his eyes fixated on my face, his smile growing stranger by the minute. Out of nowhere, John handed me a small, mysterious box. Intrigued, I opened it, only to find a secret photo of myself inside. Shocked and confused, I asked him how he got the picture. He calmly admitted that he had been secretly following me for a long time, documenting my every move. Panic set in as I realized the gravity of the situation. I immediately stood up, pushing the box away, and screamed for help. As I turned around to run, I was horrified to find that John had vanished into the shadows. The park that was once serene now felt like a haunting labyrinth. I sprinted towards the nearest exit, frantically looking over my shoulder. Weeks passed, and I thought the nightmare was over. However, one day, I discovered a strange letter on my doorstep. The envelope had the silhouette of my room's portrait on it, and inside was the same photo John had given me, but with a chilling message on the back. I look at you all the time. The realization that he was still watching me sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't shake off the feeling of being constantly monitored. The once familiar streets of downtown became a haunting reminder of the Tinder match gone horribly wrong. The fear of encountering John again consumed me, and I couldn't escape the unsettling notion that he was lurking in the shadows, always watching. It was a chilly autumn night in our quiet uptown town. The moon hung low in the ink-black sky, casting an eerie glow on the empty streets. I found myself alone in the silent halls of my high school, a place that was once bustling with the laughter and chatter of students. Little did I know that this ordinary night would soon turn into a nightmare that would haunt me for the rest of my life. I had fallen asleep in the storage room earlier that day, seeking refuge from the chaos of school life. The cramped space was filled with forgotten books and dusty old furniture, creating a cocoon of solitude. As I woke up in the middle of the night, disoriented and groggy, the dim glow of the emergency lights barely illuminated my surroundings. The school, once familiar and comforting, had transformed into a shadowy labyrinth of uncertainty. My heart raced as I stumbled through the darkened corridors, the only sound of my own echoing footsteps. The air felt thick with an unexplainable tension, as if the very walls were holding their breath. I reached for my phone to call for help, but to my horror, it was dead. Panic began to set in as I realized just how isolated I was. As I cautiously made my way through the school, strange whispers seemed to dance around me, just beyond the edge of my hearing. The occasional flickering of lights above added to the surreal atmosphere. I told myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. Turning a corner, I was greeted by a sight that sent shivers down my spine. The lockers that lined the hallway were swinging open and closed on their own, as if possessed by some unseen force. The air grew colder, and I could see my breath as I let out a shaky gasp. My footsteps slowed as I approached the ominous display, the rhythmic creaking of the lockers filling the silence. Just as I thought things couldn't get any stranger, I heard faint footsteps echoing from behind me. I spun around to find an empty hallway, but the distant sound persisted. It was as if an unseen presence was following my every move. The oppressive darkness seemed to close in around me, suffocating and isolating. As I reached the school's main entrance, I was met with a bone-chilling sight. The once locked doors swung open on their own accord, revealing the desolate town outside. The once familiar streets now looked distorted and otherworldly, as if I had stepped into a parallel dimension. With trepidation, I stepped outside, the cold night air biting at my skin. The town, now shrouded in an unsettling silence, felt like a ghostly mirage. I walked through the empty streets, desperately searching for signs of life. But all I found were abandoned buildings and an oppressive emptiness that clung to the air. As I wandered through the eerily quiet town, a sense of dread settled over me. It was then that I heard the distant sound of children's laughter. My heart skipped a beat as I followed the haunting melody, leading me to the town's abandoned playground. Swings creaked back and forth, propelled by an unseen force, and the laughter grew louder, echoing through the night. In the pale moonlight, I saw shadowy figures moving on the swings and climbing the rusted play structures. Their laughter took on an unnerving, almost malicious tone. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my legs felt heavy, as if an invisible force held me in place. The figures turned towards me, their faces hidden in the darkness. I felt their gaze pierce through me, sending a chill down my spine. Without warning, the swing stopped moving, and the laughter ceased. The oppressive silence returned, and the shadowy figures began to advance towards me, their movements synchronized and unnatural. Panic surged through me as I turned and sprinted through the empty streets, the echoes of their laughter and footsteps haunting my every step. The town seemed to stretch endlessly, the buildings closing in on me like a nightmarish maze. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached, but the figures pursued me relentlessly. Finally, I stumbled upon the school once again. With a surge of adrenaline, I burst through the doors and slammed them shut behind me. I collapsed against the cold tile floor, gasping for breath. The oppressive darkness that had engulfed the town seemed to dissipate, leaving me alone in the quiet corridors of the school. As I gathered my wits, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had glimpsed something beyond the veil of reality. The memory of those shadowy figures and their haunting laughter lingered, a chilling reminder of the inexplicable horror I had witnessed. From that night on, the once familiar halls of my high school became a place of dread, and the echoes of that twisted laughter haunted my every step. To this day, I can't shake the feeling that something supernatural lurked in the quiet, uptown town, waiting to reveal itself to those who dared to venture into the darkness. The memory of that night serves as a chilling reminder that sometimes the most terrifying horrors are found in the places we least expect, hidden beneath the facade of the ordinary. As an exchange student, I was thrilled about the opportunity to spend 3 months in Japan. Little did I know that my excitement would turn into sheer terror during my stay at a seemingly ordinary high school in a quaint town. It all started innocently enough. The school, surrounded by cherry blossom trees, had a serene charm that masked the darkness within. On my first day, I was struck by the traditional Japanese architecture and the politeness of my fellow students. However, as the days unfolded, I began to notice strange occurrences that sent shivers down my spine. One gloomy afternoon, I found myself alone in the school library, engrossed in my studies. The air became heavy, and a chill ran down my spine. Glancing up from my books, I saw a figure standing at the end of the aisle, a shadowy silhouette that seemed out of place. The person was wearing a tattered school uniform, and their face was obscured by long, disheveled hair. Fear gripped my heart as I tried to rationalize the presence of this mysterious figure. I mustered the courage to speak. "Hello? Can I help you?" No response. The figure just stood there, staring at me with invisible eyes. I decided to leave the library, my footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. As the days passed, more unsettling incidents unfolded. I started hearing whispers in the hallways when no one was around. The whispers seemed to be in Japanese, a language I struggled to understand. One night, curiosity got the better of me, and I followed the haunting whispers to an abandoned classroom. The room was dimly lit by flickering candles, casting dancing shadows on the walls. In the center of the room, a group of students wearing outdated uniforms sat in a circle, their faces obscured by masks. The atmosphere was charged with an otherworldly energy as they chanted in unison. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to comprehend the dark ritual unfolding before me. Suddenly, the chanting ceased, and the masked students turned to face me. Their eyes, devoid of emotion, bore into my soul. Panic set in as I stumbled backward, desperately trying to escape. The air grew thick with an unnatural force, making it hard to breathe. I sprinted through the dimly lit corridors, the echoes of my footsteps drowned out by the beating of my own heart. I sought refuge in my dorm room, barricading the door as if that would protect me from the malevolent force that seemed to permeate the school. Sleep was elusive, haunted by nightmares of masked figures and ghostly whispers. I became a prisoner in my fear, questioning my sanity as the line between reality and the supernatural blurred. Desperation led me to confide in a sympathetic classmate who reluctantly revealed the grim history of the school. Decades ago, a group of students had committed a series of dark rituals, invoking spirits that were said to linger within the school's walls. Legend had it that those who encountered the vengeful spirits would be tormented until they, too, became part of the paranormal cycle. With a mix of relief and sadness, I bid farewell to the quaint town, leaving behind the haunted school that had become an unexpected chapter in my life. The memory of those 3 months in Japan will forever be etched in my mind. A tale of confronting the supernatural and finding redemption in the most unexpected places. My name is Chloe, and I used to live in a bustling city with towering skyscrapers and fast-paced lives. I was used to the honking of horns and the constant hum of people going about their business. But fate had different plans for me, and my life took a spine-chilling turn when my father's job forced us to move to a provincial town in the middle of the semester. The town seemed like a forgotten relic, frozen in time. Its streets were narrow, lined with ancient buildings that whispered tales of a long-forgotten era. The people had a peculiar way of life, greeting each other with forced smiles, but avoiding eye contact, as if hiding secrets in the shadows. The school I was forced to transfer to was the epitome of provincial living. It was an old building, creaking with every step, and the atmosphere was thick with an unspoken tension. Students huddled in groups, whispering about things that sent shivers down my spine. As I navigated the unfamiliar hallways, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Now and then, I caught a glimpse of someone darting out of sight, their presence leaving behind an unsettling chill. The teachers, too, seemed to be carrying the weight of some dark secret, their eyes haunted as if reflecting the horrors of the town. One day, during a particularly gloomy afternoon, I found myself alone in the school library. The air was heavy with the smell of old books, and the silence was broken only by the occasional rustle of pages. As I scanned the shelves, a faded book caught my eye. Its cover depicted a sinister-looking figure, and curiosity got the better of me. The book spoke of a dark history that the town had buried beneath its quaint facade. Decades ago, a series of gruesome murders had plagued the town, and the school was at the center of it all. The victims were students, and their spirits were said to wander the halls, seeking justice for the horrors inflicted upon them. As the days passed, the supernatural occurrences escalated. Whispers echoed through the empty hallways, and shadows danced on the walls when there was no one around. I started having vivid nightmares, each one more terrifying than the last. The line between reality and the supernatural blurred, and I began to question my sanity. One night, unable to sleep, I decided to explore the school in hopes of unraveling the mysteries that gripped it. The flickering lights cast eerie shadows as I ventured into the heart of the building. The air grew colder, and the distant sound of echoing footsteps sent chills down my spine. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and I could see my breath in the icy air. I felt a presence behind me, an otherworldly force that made my hair stand on end. I turned, and there, in the dim light, I saw the apparitions of the long-dead students. Their eyes glowed with an ethereal light, and a cold wind carried their anguished whispers. Terrified, I stumbled backward, only to find myself face to face with the malevolent force that had haunted the town for decades. The figure from the book, the one on the cover, materialized before me, its hollow eyes piercing through my very soul. It spoke in a haunting voice, recounting the injustices that had been committed and vowing vengeance on those who had wronged them. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. The apparitions closed in, their mournful wails echoing in the desolate halls. I felt an icy grip on my arm, and in an instant, I was transported to the night of the first murder. I witnessed the horrors that had unfolded, feeling the pain and fear of the victims as if it were my own. The next morning, I awoke in a cold sweat, convinced that what I had experienced was just a nightmare. But as I walked to school, the air hung heavy with the weight of the past. The whispers persisted, and the shadows seemed to dance with a malevolent intent. As the days passed, the supernatural occurrences continued, each one more horrifying than the last. The line between the living and the dead blurred, and I found myself caught in a nightmarish web of paranormal activity. The town, it seemed, was cursed, and I was now a part of its tragic history. Haunted by the ghosts of the past, I couldn't escape the feeling that the malevolent force was still seeking justice, still hungry for revenge. And as I walked the halls of that accursed school, I couldn't shake the chilling certainty that the horrors of the past were far from over. My name is Kate, and at 17, I thought spending a quiet night alone in our old 2-story house on the outskirts of town would be a welcome break. It was my little sister's birthday, and the family had plans to celebrate with dinner at a nearby restaurant. Unfortunately, a sudden bout of illness led me to opt for rest at home instead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows through the windows, I wrapped myself in a blanket and settled onto the couch. The quietness of the house was both comforting and eerie, with only the subtle creaks and groans of the old structure to keep me company. In the distance, I could hear the laughter of families enjoying their meals, and the muffled hum of conversation from the nearby restaurant. Despite the solitude, a pang of loneliness settled in. However, I convinced myself that a quiet night alone would do wonders for my recovery. As I lay there, trying to ignore the unease creeping in, I heard it. A soft shuffling, like deliberate footsteps echoing through the house. At first, I dismissed it as the house settling, but the sound persisted, becoming more purposeful. Curiosity and fear battled within me as I cautiously got up and followed the noise. It led me to the second floor, where the tension in the air became palpable. Hushed whispers reached my ears, urging me to retreat into my room and close the door silently behind me. From the safety of my room, I noticed an old closet, slightly ajar, with a small hole in the wall. A detail I'd never paid much attention to before. Something compelled me to investigate further. As I opened the closet door, the sinking feeling in my stomach intensified. Peering through the hole, I saw 3 shadowy figures moving through the house, their faces hidden by masks. They were systematically ransacking rooms, flipping furniture, and searching through drawers with unsettling precision. The realization hit me. They were burglars, and I was alone with them. My options raced through my mind. Should I call the police? My phone was downstairs, and the risk of being heard was too great. I had to stay hidden, remain as quiet as possible. As I continued to watch through the hole, dread intensified with each passing moment. One of the intruders lingered in my room, inspecting personal belongings. I held my breath, heart pounding so loudly I was sure they could hear it. The men spoke in hushed tones, their words barely audible. They seemed agitated, as if time was running out. Suddenly, they stopped and turned toward the door. A chill ran down my spine as they approached the closet. I pressed myself further into the darkness, praying they wouldn't discover my hiding place. The door creaked open slowly, revealing the terrified expression on my face. For a moment, time stood still. Their eyes locked onto mine, and the room filled with an oppressive silence. I could feel the weight of their stares, and the realization hit. They knew I was there. In that split second, pure terror took over. I bolted from the closet, racing down the hall and down the stairs. The intruders followed, their footsteps thundering behind me. With adrenaline coursing through my veins, I reached the front door, flung it open, and sprinted into the cool night. I didn't stop running until I reached a neighbor's house, gasping for breath as I pounded on the door. The police were called, and as they investigated, they discovered that the burglars had been watching our house, waiting for the perfect opportunity. The violation of my sanctuary left scars that ran deeper than any physical wound. The safety and comfort I once felt within those familiar walls were forever shattered. Even as the perpetrators were apprehended, the memory of those shadowy figures still haunts my dreams. A chilling reminder that danger can lurk in the most unexpected places. So, if you ever find yourself home alone, surrounded by silence, remember that sometimes it's the quietest moments that hold the darkest secrets. My name is Vida. I'm an office worker who recently had to relocate to another province for my job. The bustling city I now call home was vastly different from my previous life. The people had different habits, and the way of life here was something I needed to get used to. Little did I know that my decision to rent a seemingly innocent house would lead me down a path of terror. The house I moved into was an old 2-story structure with an eerie charm. Its worn-out exterior hid the secrets within, and the owner, a seemingly friendly old man, mentioned casually that there had been a murder in the house. I brushed off the chilling information, confident that ghosts were nothing more than tales to scare children. Besides, the rent was incredibly cheap, and I was in no position to be picky. The first few days were uneventful. I settled into my new routine, exploring the city by day and returning to my quiet haven at night. It wasn't until the weekend, when I found myself home alone, that things took a turn for the unsettling. As I lounged on the living room couch, the silence of the house began to feel oppressive. The creaks and groans of an old house are common, but these seemed to carry an otherworldly weight. I dismissed it as my imagination playing tricks on me, blaming the unfamiliarity of the surroundings. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the dimly lit room, I heard a whisper. At first, I thought it was the wind, but then I realized the windows were tightly shut. The voice was faint, barely audible, but it seemed to come from the depths of the house. I strained my ears, trying to make out the words, but they eluded me. Nights became increasingly uneasy. The air inside the house felt thick, as if charged with an unseen energy. Odd occurrences became a regular part of my daily life. Objects would move on their own. Doors would creak open despite being securely latched, and the temperature would fluctuate inexplicably. One night, as I lay in bed, struggling to find sleep, I heard footsteps echoing through the hallway. My heart raced as I realized I was alone in the house. I mustered the courage to investigate, clutching a small flashlight in my trembling hand. The narrow corridor stretched before me, bathed in an eerie glow from the moonlight filtering through the windows. As I moved cautiously down the hall, the whispers returned, this time more distinct. It was a woman's voice, speaking words that sent shivers down my spine. The voice seemed to narrate a tragic tale of betrayal, despair, and a violent end. I couldn't discern the words clearly, but the anguish in the voice was palpable. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and the air grew thick with an oppressive presence. I felt an unseen force pushing against me, making it difficult to breathe. Panic set in as I struggled to comprehend the malevolent energy that seemed to envelop the house. In a desperate attempt to escape the suffocating atmosphere, I rushed towards the front door. Just as my hand touched the doorknob, I felt an icy breath on the back of my neck. A spectral figure materialized before me. A woman, her eyes filled with sorrow and anguish. I stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my chest. Terrified, I flung the door open and ran into the cool night air. The oppressive energy that had gripped the house seemed to dissipate, leaving me breathless on the doorstep. I never returned to that accursed place, haunted by the memory of the ghostly encounter. To this day, I shudder at the thought of that old house and the tormented spirit that dwelled within. The line between the living and the dead had blurred, leaving me forever changed by the chilling horrors I had experienced on those lonely nights. My name is Sophia, and I work as a freelance writer in a quaint little town nestled between mist-covered mountains. Life here is peaceful, with its friendly neighbors, charming old houses, and streets that seem to wind through time itself. People are close-knit, and the routine is predictable, which is just the way I like it. One winter evening, my husband was away on a business trip, leaving me alone in our cozy house. The air was crisp, and the soft glow of street lamps cast long shadows on the snowy streets. As darkness descended, I immersed myself in my work, the rhythmic clacking of the keyboard echoing through the empty rooms. Little did I know that this night would shatter the serenity I had grown so accustomed to. The atmosphere inside the house gradually grew tense, almost as if an invisible presence lurked in the shadows. I dismissed it as a mere trick of my imagination, trying to immerse myself back into the plot. But then, a soft knock echoed through the silence, interrupting my focus. I frowned, wondering if I had imagined the sound. Another knock followed slightly louder this time. I cautiously set my book aside and approached the front door. Peering through the peephole, I saw a woman standing on my porch. She seemed distressed, her disheveled appearance triggering a wave of concern. "Please, open the door. I need help," she pleaded, her voice trembling with fear. I hesitated. My instincts warned me to be cautious. This place was a safe town, but that night, an unsettling feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. "What's wrong?" I asked, keeping a safe distance from the door. She claimed she was being attacked and begged me to let her in. Something about her plea felt off, sending shivers down my spine. My mind raced as I grappled with the decision to trust a stranger in the dead of night. As I stood behind the door, contemplating my next move, her demeanor shifted. The desperation in her eyes turned into a sinister glare. Without warning, she screamed, pounding on the door with an intensity that made the entire house shake. "Coward! Open the door!" she spat, her voice now laced with venom. My heart raced, and a chill ran down my spine. I watched in horror as she reached behind her back, revealing a gleaming knife. The realization hit me like a freight train. this wasn't a plea for help. It was a trap. The woman continued to curse and threaten, her erratic behavior sending fear coursing through my veins. I remained frozen, paralyzed by the chilling sight outside my door. It was a surreal moment where time seemed to stretch, and the shadows in the corners of my home seemed to come alive. After what felt like an eternity, she finally retreated into the darkness. The echoes of her footsteps faded, leaving behind an eerie silence. I stayed hidden, afraid to make a move, until the first light of dawn touched the sky. Couldn't shake the feeling that the woman at my door was a mere pawn in a larger, more sinister game. As the morning sun bathed my home in its gentle glow, I couldn't help but wonder how many others in this seemingly idyllic town had fallen victim to the shadows that lurked beneath the surface. My name is Jane, and what I'm about to tell you happened when I was just a child during the Christmas season. It was a night like any other, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine, and the glow of twinkling lights adorned the houses in our quiet neighborhood. The snow crunched beneath my boots as I wandered the streets, marveling at the beautifully decorated houses. As a child, Christmas held a special kind of magic for me, and I loved soaking in the festive atmosphere. That particular night, however, would forever change the way I viewed the holiday season. As I strolled down the snowy street, admiring the sparkling lights, I saw a figure in the distance. Dressed in a red suit with a white beard, it was unmistakably Santa Claus. My heart skipped a beat with excitement, and I couldn't believe my luck. The real Santa Claus was in our neighborhood. He approached me with a warm smile and a twinkle in his eye. "Ho, ho, ho! Well, aren't you a good little girl?" he chuckled. "I have something special for you, my dear. Follow me, and I'll give you some delicious candy from my sack." Overwhelmed with joy, I eagerly agreed to follow him. The snow crunched beneath our feet as we walked down the deserted street. The neighborhood, usually filled with laughter and the sounds of joy, seemed strangely quiet that night. Santa led me towards a dimly lit area where his sleigh was parked. I couldn't contain my excitement as visions of candy canes and chocolate danced in my head. But as we reached the car, a chill ran down my spine. Something felt off. Santa opened the car door, revealing a dimly lit interior. He gestured towards the back seat, where he claimed the candy was waiting for me. Without a second thought, I climbed into the back, my eyes gleaming with anticipation. That's when everything took a sinister turn. The moment I settled into the back seat, Santa's demeanor changed. His eyes, once twinkling with merriment, turned cold and calculating. Before I could react, he grabbed me with a strength that defied his jolly appearance and threw me into the back of the car, slamming the door shut. Panic set in as I realized the man I thought was Santa Claus was anything but. The car sped away, leaving the deserted streets behind. Fear gripped my heart as I struggled in the darkness of the enclosed space. I knew I had to escape, but the car seemed to be moving too fast for me to make a break for it. The air grew colder, and the festive decorations that once brought joy now felt like haunting specters in the night. I couldn't fathom the reality of what was happening. The man I had trusted to be Santa Claus was an imposter with sinister intentions. As the car continued to speed through the desolate night, I clung to the hope that somehow, someone would come to my rescue. The suspension built slowly, like a nightmare unfolding in real time. The darkness outside the car window seemed to stretch endlessly, and the realization that I was in the clutches of a stranger on a Christmas night sent shivers down my spine. As the car slowed, I seized the opportunity to escape. I pushed the door open and tumbled out onto the cold, snowy ground. The imposter Santa cursed and screeched to a halt. I scrambled to my feet and ran as fast as my little legs could carry me, the echoes of his angry shouts fading into the distance. I never looked back, and eventually I stumbled upon a house where a kind family took me in, wrapping me in warmth and safety. That night, Christmas lost its innocence for me. The twinkling lights and festive decorations now carried a shadow, a reminder of the night I narrowly escaped the clutches of someone who masqueraded as the embodiment of holiday cheer. To this day, the memory of that Christmas night haunts me, a chilling reminder that even in the midst of celebration, darkness can lurk in the most unexpected places. My name is Catherine, and the chill in the air cut through me as I parted ways with my friends on that fateful Christmas Eve. We had just enjoyed a festive festival together, reveling in the holiday spirit that enveloped the town. The colorful lights adorned the streets, and laughter echoed in the cold night air. Little did I know that the merriment would soon turn into a nightmare that would haunt me for the rest of my life. Walking alone down the deserted streets, I couldn't shake off the feeling that someone was watching me. The soft crunch of snow beneath my boots seemed to magnify with every step, creating an eerie symphony in the silence of the night. A distant street lamp flickered, casting long, ominous shadows that danced along the pavement. As I turned a corner, I noticed a group of teenagers walking towards me. They seemed like ordinary kids at first, but there was an unsettling energy about them. An uneasy tension settled in the pit of my stomach, but I dismissed it as paranoia. The group closed in, surrounding me with malicious grins and piercing stares. My heart raced as one of them demanded my belongings. Panic surged through my veins, and I fumbled to hand over my purse, phone, and anything of value. The harsh reality of being mugged on Christmas Eve was surreal. These weren't the tidings of joy I had anticipated. With a malevolent chuckle, the ringleader handed me a beautifully wrapped gift box. "Merry Christmas," he sneered, the words dripping with sarcasm. Bewildered and terrified, I hesitated before cautiously accepting the ominous offering. The chilling wind seemed to howl in harmony with my racing thoughts as I slowly unwrapped the gift. The festive paper revealed a small, blood-stained box. Dread consumed me, but morbid curiosity urged me to open it. I carefully lifted the lid, and a nauseating sight greeted my horrified eyes. A severed finger, fresh blood still oozing from the wound. I recoiled in shock, the realization of the gruesome gift sinking in. The teenagers erupted into sinister laughter, their faces contorted with perverse pleasure. My mind struggled to comprehend the horror before me. Why would someone do this? Was it a sick joke or a twisted act of malice? As I stood there, frozen in terror, the group dispersed into the shadows, leaving me alone with the grotesque token of their malevolence. The distant echoes of their laughter lingered in the air like haunting carols, forever staining the once jubilant Christmas Eve. I stumbled away from the scene, my steps heavy with a mix of fear and disbelief. The festive lights that once felt warm and inviting now cast ominous glows on the snow-covered streets. That night, the spirit of Christmas took on a sinister hue, and the jingle of bells became a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the holiday cheer. Years have passed, but the memory of that Christmas Eve still haunts me. The sound of wrapping paper being torn triggers a visceral reaction, and the festive decorations serve as a chilling reminder of the night I received a gift that no one should ever unwrap. The scars, both physical and psychological, remain etched in my memory, a grim testament to the true horror that can lurk beneath the facade of holiday joy. It was Christmas Eve, and the festive lights adorned the streets, casting a warm and inviting glow. The air was filled with the sounds of laughter and the sweet scent of hot cocoa. I was enjoying the holiday spirit at the local Christmas festival, surrounded by the joyous atmosphere. Little did I know, my cheerful night would soon descend into a chilling nightmare. As I wandered through the crowded streets, marveling at the dazzling decorations, I noticed a man in a Santa Claus costume standing near a food stall. At first, it seemed like an ordinary sight, just another festive character adding to the holiday cheer. However, as I continued to explore the festival, I couldn't shake the feeling that the man in the Santa suit was following me. I dismissed it as paranoia at first, attributing the crowded nature of the event to the coincidental appearance of Santa wherever I went. Yet, as I turned corners and weaved through the merry crowd, there he was, always within sight, always watching. The suspicion grew, gnawing at the edges of my enjoyment. I decided to test my theory. I changed direction abruptly, darting through the maze of stalls and twinkling lights. To my horror, the man in the Santa suit changed direction with me, matching my every move. Panic set in as I quickened my pace, my heart racing. I weaved through the festival's maze, desperately trying to shake off the eerie figure. I approached the quieter outskirts of the event, hoping to lose him in the shadows. As I glanced over my shoulder, I saw the man in the Santa suit emerge from the darkness, his eyes fixed on me. Feeling cornered, I approached a security guard, explaining the situation. The guard, initially dismissive, offered to accompany me back into the crowd. But as we scanned the festive sea of people, the Santa Claus figure was nowhere to be seen. I sighed in relief, thinking perhaps my imagination had run wild. The security guard assured me that everything was fine and suggested I continue enjoying the festivities. Reluctantly, I heeded his advice, but a nagging unease lingered in the pit of my stomach. As the night wore on, I convinced myself that I had overreacted. The festive cheer around me was infectious, and I immersed myself in the joyous ambience. But just as I began to let my guard down, I felt a chilling breeze on the back of my neck. Turning slowly, my eyes widened in terror. The man in the Santa suit stood inches away, his expression obscured by the fake white beard. Panic surged through me as I stumbled backward, my mind racing for an escape route. The festive lights that once felt warm now cast ominous shadows. I sprinted through the maze of stalls, the man in the Santa suit in relentless pursuit. Fear fueled my every step as I darted through the deserted portions of the festival, desperately seeking help. It became evident that this was no ordinary Santa Claus. His intentions were sinister, and the festival had transformed into a haunting nightmare. I finally stumbled upon a group of festival organizers and security personnel. Breathless and terrified, I recounted the chilling pursuit by the man in the Santa suit. As the group mobilized to search for him, I caught my breath, grateful for the protective circle forming around me. But just as quickly as he had appeared, the man in the Santa suit vanished into the night. The festival organizers assured me that they would heighten security and keep an eye out for anyone matching his description. Despite their reassurances, the sense of dread lingered, casting a shadow over what should have been a joyful Christmas Eve. The festival continued, but the once vibrant lights now seemed to flicker with an ominous energy. Every person in a Santa Claus costume sent shivers down my spine, and the joyous laughter around me felt muffled by the memory of that haunting pursuit. As I left the festival that night, surrounded by the same festive lights that had initially filled me with joy, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The man in the Santa suit had disappeared into the night, leaving behind an unsettling question. Was he a mere specter of the holiday spirit, or something far more sinister? The festive cheer had given way to a chilling reality, turning what should have been a night of celebration into a Christmas Eve I would never forget. My name is Amanda, and I'm just your average 16-year-old living in a quiet provincial town. Our city is the kind where everyone knows each other, where life moves at a slower pace, and people still gather at the local diner to share stories over a cup of coffee. It's the kind of place where the rain falls heavily, drenching everything in its path. One rainy night, I found myself alone at home. My parents had gone out to buy groceries, promising to be back before the storm hit. Little did I know that this night would be etched into my memory as the most horrifying experience of my life. The rain was relentless, tapping on the windows like 1,000 tiny fingers, and the distant thunder created an eerie symphony. As the clock ticked away, the city plunged into darkness. The electricity had been extinguished, leaving me in the black void of my home. I could hear the rain outside, the drops hitting the roof in a deafening rhythm. In the dim light of my cell phone, I tried to distract myself. I scrolled through social media, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling that was creeping up on me. The silence of the house was interrupted only by the occasional creaks and groans, the kind that old houses make in the dead of night. The minutes turned into hours, and my parents were still not back. I decided to wait for them in the living room, where the only source of light was the feeble glow of a flickering candle. The rain outside had intensified, and the wind howled like a distant ghost. As I sat there, unease settled in my stomach. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every now and then, I caught glimpses of shadows moving in the periphery of my vision. I dismissed it as my imagination playing tricks on me, but the feeling persisted. Then came a sound, soft but distinct, like footsteps on wet pavement. I strained my ears, trying to convince myself it was just the rain. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The steps were deliberate, rhythmic, and they were getting closer. closer. Fear paralyzed me as I sat there, clutching my phone like a lifeline. The footsteps reached the front door, and I held my breath, hoping it was just my parents returning. But there was no familiar voice, only the sound of raindrops pounding against the windows. In the darkness, I could barely make out the outline of a figure standing at the doorway. My heart raced, and I felt a chill run down my spine. The figure seemed to sway, as if dancing to a tune only it could hear. The air became heavy, suffocating, and I could almost taste the fear that hung in the room. I mustered the courage to speak, my voice trembling. "Who's there?" No response. The figure remained silent, a dark silhouette against the stormy night. Panic set in as I fumbled to find my way to the kitchen, hoping to arm myself with something, anything. As I reached for a knife, the footsteps resumed, now echoing through the empty hallways. I could feel eyes on me, and a whisper of a voice in the wind. "Amanda." It called my name in a haunting tone that sent shivers down my spine. Terrified, I retreated to the living room, barricading myself behind the furniture. The footsteps approached, and the figure became more defined. It was a shadowy figure, dressed in tattered clothes, its face hidden in the darkness. Then, with a sudden jolt, the figure vanished. The footsteps ceased, leaving behind an unsettling silence. I waited, trembling in the darkness, not daring to move. The rain continued its relentless assault on the windows, and the wind whispered unsettling secrets. Hours passed, and my parents finally arrived, oblivious to the horror I had experienced. I hesitated to share my nightmarish encounter, fearing they wouldn't believe me. But as I looked back at the door, I saw wet footprints leading into the house, a chilling reminder of the night I came face to face with something that should never exist in the realm of the living. That night changed me. The rain, once comforting, now sends shivers down my spine. The footsteps and whispers linger in my nightmares, a haunting melody that refuses to fade. I can never forget the true horror that unfolded on that rainy night, a darkness that lurks in the quiet corners of our seemingly peaceful town. It was a typical rainy night in California, the kind where the raindrops tap rhythmically on the roof of your car, creating a soothing melody that can lull you into a sense of security. My name is Emily, and I work as a travel blogger. I often find myself driving through different cities, exploring their hidden gems, and capturing moments that make life interesting. That night, I was returning from a trip out of town, my headlights cutting through the darkness as the rain poured down relentlessly. The city's streets were quiet, the usual hustle and bustle replaced by the calming sound of raindrops hitting the pavement. I felt at peace, wrapped in the cozy embrace of my car, until I noticed a set of headlights in my rearview mirror. A car was following me, its presence unsettling in the desolate night. I tried to shake off the feeling, convincing myself that it was just another late-night traveler heading in the same direction. But as I made turns and changed lanes, the car persisted, staying a constant distance behind me. Unease settled in, like a fog creeping through my mind. I dismissed it as paranoia, but the feeling intensified when the car behind me started flashing its headlights. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, glancing nervously at my surroundings. The rain, now heavy, obscured my vision, adding an extra layer of anxiety to the situation. I decided to pull over, hoping the driver behind me would pass. The headlights of the car parked behind me also dimmed, and in the rearview mirror, I saw a shadowy figure stepping out into the rain. Dressed in a dark coat, he approached my car, his silhouette distorted by the curtain of water droplets. My heart raced as he knocked on my window. Hesitant, I cracked it open, raindrops splashing into the car. The man's face was hidden beneath the hood of his coat, his features obscured by shadows. He claimed his car had broken down, and he needed help. Every instinct in me screamed danger, but I couldn't leave someone stranded in the pouring rain. Reluctantly, I agreed to call for roadside assistance, trying to be a good Samaritan. As I reached for my phone, I noticed his eyes fixated on me, unnaturally intense. The call connected, but the voice on the other end was distorted and unintelligible. Panic set in, and I hung up, my eyes darting between the mysterious man and the desolate road. He insisted that I give him a ride to the nearest gas station, claiming it was just a short distance. The rain seemed to intensify as he spoke, as if the weather itself was warning me. Fear gnawed at me, but something in his eyes paralyzed me, trapping me in a web of uncertainty. Against my better judgment, I unlocked the car doors. The man got in, his wet clothes leaving a chilling dampness in the air. The car's interior felt suffocating as I accelerated, the rain battering the windows like 1,000 tiny fists. I stole glances at him, his gaze never leaving me. As we approached the gas station, an unsettling silence hung in the air. I pulled into the poorly lit parking lot, the flickering lights casting eerie shadows. The man, now seemingly impatient, instructed me to stop near a deserted corner of the lot. My heart pounded, a primal instinct urging me to escape. Before I could react, he turned to me, his hood falling back to reveal a face twisted with malice. The dim light reflected off his knife, sending shivers down my spine. Panic set in as he lunged towards me, the rain outside transforming into a cacophony of horror. In a moment of desperate clarity, I slammed my foot on the gas pedal, the tires screeching as I sped away from the nightmare. The rain, now a torrential downpour, masked the sound of my escape. I glanced in the rearview mirror, the man disappearing into the darkness. Terrified and soaked to the bone, I drove for what felt like an eternity, the rain gradually easing. The city lights ahead offered a glimmer of safety, and I realized I had narrowly escaped a perilous encounter. The rain-soaked night had become a canvas for a horror I never anticipated, a story etched into my memory, a chilling reminder that danger can lurk in the most unsuspecting moments. I work the night shift at a small mini-mart on the outskirts of Portland. The city has its charm, with its eccentric mix of people and the constant drizzle that seems to be an integral part of life here. Most nights, my job is uneventful, and I pass the time by rearranging shelves and chatting with the occasional insomniac customer. One rainy night, however, everything changed. It was a typical evening, and the soft pitter-patter of rain against the store windows created a soothing rhythm. I was alone as usual, stacking shelves with snacks and scanning the empty aisles. The only source of light was the dull hum of fluorescent lights overhead, casting a sterile glow on the linoleum floor. The distant sound of rain intensified, and a low rumble of thunder echoed through the quiet store. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I shook it off, attributing it to the eerie ambience the storm created. occasional flicker of the lights added to the suspense, making the store feel more like a haunted house than a minimart. As the night wore on, I noticed a few odd occurrences. The security camera feed displayed flickering shadows in the corners of the screen, but when I glanced at the corresponding spots in the store, there was nothing there. I dismissed it as a glitch, my imagination playing tricks on me in the dimly lit store. The rain outside intensified, turning the night into a symphony of water droplets and distant thunder. I began to hear footsteps, soft and irregular, echoing through the empty aisles. I called out, thinking it might be a late-night customer, but there was no response. The footsteps continued, growing louder and more distinct. My heart raced as I cautiously approached the source of the sound, rounding the corner to the canned goods aisle. The flickering lights cast eerie shadows, distorting the shapes of the towering shelves. The footsteps grew louder and closer, but there was no one in sight. I hesitated, my breath catching in my throat. Suddenly, the lights flickered off, plunging the store into darkness. Panic set in as I fumbled for my phone, using its feeble glow to navigate the pitch-black aisles. The rain outside beat against the windows, like 1,000 desperate hands, creating a cacophony that drowned out any other sound. As I stumbled through the darkness, I caught glimpses of shadowy figures out of the corner of my eye. Whispers surrounded me, unintelligible and chilling. I quickened my pace, desperation mounting with each step. The shadows seemed to dance along with the rhythm of the rain, their movements unnatural and unsettling. I finally reached the front of the store, and just as I thought I could make my escape, I saw her, a silhouette in the rain-soaked darkness. A woman, drenched and disheveled, stood just beyond the glass doors, staring at me with hollow eyes. The dim light from the street lamp revealed a face twisted in agony, a visage that sent shivers down my spine. I hesitated, paralyzed by fear, as the woman outside slowly raised a trembling hand, pointing directly at me. The rain cascaded down her face, mixing with tears that streamed from her haunted eyes. The flickering lights inside the store pulsed with otherworldly energy, casting a surreal glow on the bizarre tableau. In that moment, the whispers around me coalesced into a haunting chant, as if the very air itself resonated with an ancient, malevolent force. The shadows converged, swirling and enveloping the woman outside, merging her form with the darkness. The store seemed to pulsate with otherworldly energy, and I felt a cold presence enveloping me. With a sudden jolt, the lights flickered back on, and the store was empty once more. The rain outside continued its relentless assault, but the oppressive atmosphere that had gripped the minimart had dissipated. I stood there, trembling and drenched in sweat, grappling with the surreal nightmare I had just experienced. To this day, I can't shake the memory of that rainy night, the footsteps, the shadows, and the haunting gaze of the woman outside. Was it a manifestation of the storm's energy, a spectral entity drawn to the veil between our world and the unknown? Or was it simply a product of my exhausted mind, playing tricks on me in the dead of night? One thing is certain. That night, the rain brought with it more than just water. It carried a darkness that seeped into the very fabric of reality, leaving me forever changed. And as the rain continues to fall on Portland, I can't help but wonder what other secrets it conceals within its relentless, rhythmic embrace. Longboat Key, Florida, is renowned for its pristine beaches, stunning sunsets, and the promise of a perfect tropical getaway. For Mary and Robert, a couple from Indiana, a relaxing vacation in this sun-soaked paradise seemed like a dream come true. Little did they know that their idyllic retreat would turn into a horrifying nightmare that would forever change the way they viewed the world. Mary and Robert arrived at their Airbnb rental, a beachfront condominium, with high hopes and excitement. The property, a luxurious haven with panoramic views of the Gulf of Mexico, was everything they had ever imagined. A beautiful start to what should have been a perfect vacation. Upon their arrival, they were welcomed by a hospitable host who gave them a tour of the property and left them to settle in. It was a balmy evening when they stepped into the lavish living room, their hearts filled with anticipation for the days of relaxation ahead. However, it wasn't long before their dreamlike escape turned into a chilling ordeal. On the first night, after a delicious dinner at a nearby restaurant, Mary and Robert returned to their rental and made themselves comfortable in the cozy living room. As they were getting ready to unwind, Mary noticed something peculiar: a small, blinking red light on a bookshelf. At first, they dismissed it as a harmless electronic device. Perhaps, they thought, it was some part of the condo's security system. But their unease grew as they realized that this tiny red light wasn't just any device. It was a hidden camera, strategically placed behind a stack of books, its lens pointed directly at the couch where they had been sitting. Panic gripped their hearts as they began to suspect the unthinkable. Someone had been watching their every move. With trembling hands, Robert retrieved the camera and examined it closely. It was a sophisticated, inconspicuous device, designed to blend seamlessly into the surroundings. The implications were terrifying, and the room that had once felt like a haven became a chamber of dread. The couple decided to investigate further. They checked the entire condo, room by room, and their worst fears were realized. Hidden cameras were positioned throughout the property, including the bedroom, the bathroom, and even the kitchen. Each camera was meticulously concealed to evade even the most discerning eye. Their sense of violation was overwhelming, and the sanctuary they had hoped for had transformed into a nightmarish maze of surveillance. Mary and Robert grappled with the realization that their most intimate moments and private conversations had been captured on camera. Fearful and enraged, they contacted the local authorities immediately. The police arrived promptly, and an investigation was launched to determine who was responsible for this invasive intrusion into their lives. The search for answers began, and the couple's vacation was abruptly shattered. The authorities traced the hidden cameras to the condo's owner, who had been remotely monitoring Mary and Robert's every move. The owner was promptly arrested, and it was discovered that they had been surreptitiously filming guests for an extended period. The extent of the violation was far more sinister than anyone had initially suspected. This shocking incident sent shockwaves through the Airbnb community and served as a stark reminder of the importance of vigilance and privacy when staying in unfamiliar accommodations. The couple, while relieved that the perpetrator had been apprehended, could never fully erase the memory of their violated privacy. Their harrowing experience prompted them to become vocal advocates for greater transparency and safety measures within the short-term rental industry. They had learned the hard way that even in paradise, darkness can lurk. and the line between a dream vacation and a chilling nightmare can be frighteningly thin. The story of Mary and Robert's ordeal continues to serve as a chilling reminder to travelers worldwide. Be cautious, vigilant, and aware of the horrors that may await in the most unexpected places. It's a stark reminder that in an age of technology, our desire for privacy must always remain paramount, even when seeking solace in paradise. The rugged wilderness of Big Bear, California, had long been a haven for nature enthusiasts and adventure seekers. Its towering pines, serene lakes, and rustic cabins offered a perfect escape from the chaos of the world. For a group of friends in search of a memorable getaway, the promise of a secluded cabin in the woods seemed like the perfect way to spend a weekend. However, what they discovered in that remote cabin would forever haunt their memories. The friends, a close-knit circle of 5, arrived at the cabin on a crisp autumn evening in 2014. It was an isolated retreat, nestled deep within the heart of the forest, far removed from the hustle and bustle of city life. The cabin, they thought, was a charming blend of vintage charm and rustic appeal. But as the night descended, an unsettling aura enveloped the place. The first sign that something was amiss came when they entered the living room, the heart of the cabin. The rustic decor was interrupted by a series of odd symbols carved into the wooden beams, symbols that appeared to be occult. Pagan sigils, intricate pentagrams, and other sinister markings adorned the walls, as if the cabin itself was a canvas for a sinister artist. A sense of unease hung in the air as the group explored further. In the kitchen, they found animal bones scattered on the floor. It was a chilling sight, as if some macabre ritual had taken place within the cabin's walls. Their imaginations began to run wild with dark possibilities, and fear crept into their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the cabin, their dread intensified. In the bedroom, the walls were adorned with messages written in what appeared to be blood. The words were cryptic, an unholy scripture, and the symbols were beyond their comprehension. Their hearts raced, and the air grew colder with each discovery. The friends debated their options, but their intuition urged them to leave the cabin immediately. With a sense of urgency, they gathered their belongings and fled into the obsidian night, their flashlights cutting through the forest's inky blackness. The rustling leaves, once soothing, now seemed to whisper malevolent secrets. It was a mad dash for safety, as they raced to put distance between themselves and the nightmare they had uncovered. After reaching a nearby town, they reported their terrifying encounter to the local authorities, who were as perplexed as the group about the sinister scenes they had witnessed. They contacted Airbnb, the platform through which they had booked the cabin, and shared the disturbing details of their stay. Airbnb, quick to address the matter, initiated an investigation into the cabin's rental history and the host's background. The host, however, claimed ignorance, insisting that they did not know the cabin's disturbing decor or its previous occupants. The investigation revealed a perplexing void of information, leaving more questions than answers. In the end, Airbnb refunded the group's money, offering them a sliver of solace. But the question that haunted them remained. What exactly had transpired in that cabin before their arrival? Who were the previous occupants? And what malevolent forces had left their indelible mark on the isolated retreat? The friends, forever scarred by their nightmarish experience, couldn't shake the feeling that they had crossed paths with something beyond their comprehension. Their Big Bear getaway, meant to be an adventure in the wilderness, became a descent into an abyss of darkness, a harrowing reminder that the world can be a far more enigmatic and sinister place than we dare to imagine. To this day, the truth behind the haunting cabin in Big Bear, California, remains shrouded in mystery, a chilling enigma that will forever torment the friends who dared to step into its chilling embrace. My name is Jane, and I've always had a penchant for solo travel. The thrill of exploring new places by myself has always excited me. And so, when I stumbled upon a secluded cabin nestled deep within a dense forest on Airbnb, I thought it was the perfect opportunity for a solo adventure. Little did I know that this trip would turn into a nightmare that still haunts my dreams. The cabin was a quaint little abode, newly decorated with a rustic charm that instantly captured my heart. The online photos had promised a serene getaway, and as I entered the cozy space, I couldn't help but feel a sense of tranquility washing over me. The crisp scent of pine trees permeated the air, and the only sounds were the distant chirping of crickets and the rustle of leaves in the wind. Everything about the cabin seemed perfect, except for one peculiar detail: the owner. The entire booking process had been carried out through the app, and I had never interacted with an actual person. It struck me as odd, but the allure of the remote location overshadowed any reservations I had. After settling in, I decided to take a stroll around the forest to soak in the natural beauty. As dusk settled in, I returned to the cabin and lit a few candles to create a warm ambience. The silence was almost deafening, broken only by the crackling of the fireplace. That's when things took a chilling turn. I began to hear faint footsteps echoing through the cabin. At first, I dismissed it as my imagination playing tricks on me, but the rhythmic sound persisted, growing louder and more distinct. It was as if someone was pacing around the house, just out of sight. My unease heightened as the steps seemed to draw closer. Suddenly, an aggressive banging on the front door shattered the silence. Startled, I jumped to my feet, heart pounding in my chest. A voice, desperate and urgent, yelled for me to open the door. The plea sounded frantic, almost desperate. I hesitated, fear gnawing at the edges of my mind. Then, silence. The abrupt stop left the air thick with tension. I strained to hear any sign of the mysterious visitor, but nothing followed. Just when I thought the ordeal was over, a soft, haunting cry filled the air. It was the sound of a woman weeping, a heartbreaking lament that echoed through the stillness. As I stood there, shivers running down my spine, an inexplicable chill enveloped the room. I could feel a cold breath against the back of my neck, sending a wave of terror through my entire being. Terrified, I slammed the door shut and retreated into the bedroom, locking every entrance. The atmosphere inside had shifted. I could sense a presence, a malevolent force that seemed to move through the shadows. Throughout the night, strange occurrences continued. Unexplained whispers echoed in the stillness, and objects shifted on their own accord. I could feel eyes watching me from the darkness, a gaze that penetrated the very core of my soul. Sleep was elusive, as the room seemed to come alive with ghostly activity. Shadows danced on the walls, and an icy breeze swept through the room, extinguishing the candles. The air was heavy with a sense of foreboding, and every creak and groan of the cabin became a sinister melody. As dawn broke, I fled the cabin, leaving behind the haunting memories of that night. To this day, the mere thought of that isolated Airbnb sends a chill down my spine. The forest, once a symbol of serenity, became a haunting ground for something beyond the realm of the living. A cautionary tale for those who dare to wander alone into the unknown. It was a regular Saturday afternoon, and I found myself at the mall. You know, the usual stuff. Folks shopping, kids running around, that annoying muzak playing in the background. I was just minding my own business when I saw this guy. He looked all messed up, like he hadn't slept in weeks. He had wild eyes, and his clothes were all torn and dirty. He was clutching something in his hand, something I could barely make out. But as he got closer, it became clear. It was a gun, a big one. Panic started to creep in, but I couldn't move. I was frozen, like a deer in headlights. And then, it all went to hell. The guy with the gun started screaming, and people around me began to panic. They pushed and shoved, trying to escape. I saw a kid get separated from his mom, and the look of terror on his face. I can't forget it. People were getting hurt, not just from the crazy guy, but from the stampede too. It was like a nightmare, and the screams, oh God, the screams, they still haunt my dreams. It was like everyone was trying to get out at the same time, and it was chaos. I finally snapped out of it and started running, just like everyone else. The guy was still screaming, and he fired the gun, and I heard the sound of glass shattering. I didn't look back. I just ran for my life. I managed to find an emergency exit, and when I got outside, I saw police cars and ambulances rushing towards the mall. It was pure madness. People were crying, and I saw a few folks with blood on them. It was the worst day of my life. But here's the scariest part. When the police finally got inside the mall, they found the guy with the gun. He had taken his own life. I couldn't believe it. He was so close to me. I don't know why he did what he did, but it still gives me chills. I ain't no writer, and I can't describe the terror I felt that day. I'll never forget it, and I hope I never have to experience anything like it again. Thanks for listening. I gotta get this off my chest. It happened at the mall, a place you'd never think something like this could go down. It was just an ordinary day, you know, window shopping, grabbing a quick bite to eat, and watching people hustle and bustle. The mall was packed. I was checking out a new phone in the electronics store when I heard it. A loud noise, like a bang, and then people screaming. I rushed out to see what was going on, and there he was, this guy with a gun. He was waving it around, shouting something that didn't make sense. People screamed and fled in every direction. It was like a stampede. I saw kids separated from their parents, and people tripping and falling. It was chaos. But what sent shivers down my spine was when he grabbed a few folks and dragged them into a store, holding them hostage. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was like a nightmare unfolding right before my eyes. The man was out of his mind, and he was threatening to hurt those people if anyone tried to stop him. I hid behind a pillar, trying to stay out of sight, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. I watched the police arrive and surround the mall. They were talking to the guy on some kind of loudspeaker, trying to negotiate with him. I was terrified for those hostages, but I couldn't do anything to help. The mall was in lockdown, and time seemed to stand still. I heard sirens and helicopters circling above, and the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Inside, the guy was still shouting, and I could see him waving the gun around. It was a nightmare, and I just wanted it to end. Hours passed, and it felt like an eternity. The police kept talking to the man, trying to calm him down. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he seemed to be getting tired, and he started to talk to the police. I couldn't hear the words, but it looked like he was finally listening. Then, suddenly, he dropped the gun and raised his hands. The hostages were released, and they rushed out. It was a mix of relief and fear. I couldn't believe it was over. The police arrested the guy, and I finally let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. It was a horrifying day that I'll never forget. You'd never expect something like this to happen at a mall, but it did. I was in the mall that day, just minding my own business, you know. It was a regular day, nothing out of the ordinary. I was browsing through some clothes at the department store when I suddenly heard a loud bang. It was so deafening, like a firecracker, but I knew something was off. People started screaming, and that's when I turned around and saw it. There was this guy, looking all disheveled and crazy. He was waving a gun around, and it wasn't one of those fake-looking ones. It was the real deal. My heart was pounding, and I froze for a moment, not knowing what to do. I hid behind a clothing rack and peeked out to see what was happening. The guy was yelling something, but I couldn't make out the words. I could see the terror in people's faces as they ran for their lives. Some knocked over displays and tripped in their haste to escape. I saw him approach a group of people who were trying to get away. He didn't care who he was hurting. He just kept firing that gun. It was chaos, with people crying, screaming, and shouting for help. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing, and I felt helpless. I knew I had to get out of there, but I had to be careful. I couldn't risk running out in the open and catching that guy's attention. So I stayed low and made my way towards the exit, sticking to the shadows as much as I could. As I got closer to the exit, I heard sirens approaching. Thank God for the police, I thought to myself. Maybe they could put an end to this nightmare. But I knew I had to be cautious. I didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. The police stormed into the mall, their guns drawn. It was like something out of a movie. They yelled at the guy to drop his weapon, but he just kept on shouting and waving the gun around. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but his eyes were wild and filled with madness. I stayed hidden, peering out to watch what was happening. The police seemed to be trying to negotiate with him, but it was clear that he wasn't listening. He was determined to go down fighting, it seemed. Then it happened. One of the police officers took a shot. The sound of the gunshot echoed through the mall, and it was followed by a burst of gunfire from the other officers. The man with the gun fell to the ground, and the chaos finally came to an end. I couldn't believe what I had just witnessed. The mall, which had been so full of life and laughter just moments ago, was now a scene of devastation. People were crying, some were injured, and others were in shock. The police rushed to secure the area, making sure there were no other threats. I finally came out from my hiding spot, and I felt a mix of relief and horror. I couldn't stop shaking. I made my way to the exit and stepped out into the daylight, blinking as if I had just emerged from a terrible nightmare. It was a day I would never forget. The fear, the chaos, and the violence were etched into my memory. It's something that you see in movies or hear about on the news, but you never think it could happen to you. But that day, in that mall, I experienced the unimaginable.